didn't hurt my need to prep the new campaign, but that was not my intention at all. So glad to be back. Let's start music, get to it, and let's explain where we are in the story. Is everything working? Sir, I hope so. It seems to be. Okay. Back. Um, the who knows what the year is? We're not doing that. You all have journeyed on the Siren's Call by Captain Editoris. You have found your way deep into the Tackless Sea, far beyond the Moonshay Isles, out of the dock of Waterdeep. In your company, you have Prince Alagarthus of the Misty Forest, who has ensured your safe and diplomatic entry to Evermeet. You faced great perils arriving here. The illusion set down by the illusion goddess of the moon of the elves, the great monsters of the sea, the torrential winds and hurricanes. You fought elements and monster and the illusions, and even the gods themselves, to have come this far. And so you did, even managing to go so far as to slay not only their Kraken defender, but a dragon turtle defender of Evermeet. So that didn't go over well when you met them. They were like, thanks for killing them. Not that you had a choice or anything. So they seemed to wave that off. You have made your way to Evermeet and have found yourself to their capital city of Luthelspar. And there you saw many beautiful things. Their wide harbor, all that good stuff. The Temple of the Seldarine, the Shrine of the Black Sword. But most importantly, you find yourself here at the palace. The palace, which I believe is called the Summer Palace. Let's try oh, sorry, it is the Moonstone Palace, is what it's called. There you have met with the counselors of Evermeet who make up the leadership of this great place, where sea elves, moon elves, sun elves, wild elves all seem to reside. You have come before many great and elder elves to obtain the ritual of the Burst Sundering. You intend to use this ritual to carve a piece of the Feywild right off and create a separate demi-plane somewhere else in the Astral Sea so that the Iron Elves are separated and they can have their own place to live, but so does the Feywild, and the Feywild does not need to be damaged, and the Iron Elves does not need to be genocided. We're here under difficult but certainly moralistic pursuits of bringing about the right. The Elven Council seem to have disagreed with you. They seem to think you naive, not understanding what you are truly asking of them, of the calamity that you might be unfolding. In all of their ancient wisdom, in fairness, it's a tough ask. Nithroyal, though, insisted upon them that she has something that all of those great and wise elves of long past didn't have: humility. um, which was a great moment. So they kind of chuckled to themselves and said, okay, great Archmage and great ruler of the Archfey and great humble master of magic, let us test you in this. And that is where we pick up today. So we find ourselves in the direct, directly post them saying that they intend to lay trials before Nithroyal. And we shall say the central the central elf, Grand Mage Berthel Ulthir, sort of is looking quizzically at Nithroyal, considering what trials to place before her. And then Lady Veldon in the white dress will say, but there will not only, I think, be trials for the mage, for all of you claim to lead the Feywild in its Archfey in its most of its entirety, do you not?
We do.
Well, then we will have to test you as well and ensure that where you lead, calamity does not follow. We shall see if you are worthy leaders to this cause you claim to champion.
I accept any trials you put forth.
I think that's fair and smart.
She will smile at you and then say, but though indeed we will need to challenge the mage, I think it best that we call upon a higher authority to test the wisdom of those we see before us. You are our honored guests. We will have you tested in due time, but we will consult higher authority to ensure that the right moral judges are called forth, that their wisdom might alleviate us of concern or tell us the correct path.
Vivenne steps forward.
We'll say Zalrish, the royal scribe, says, the floor recognizes Vivenne the Dreamweaver. The High Marshal, Blackhound, looks down at you and says, Dreamweaver, is there something you wish to say?
Oh, I was just wondering which of those higher authorities you were going to be addressing. See, lots of different higher authorities have different parameters for what they think is appropriate. Obviously, if you were to ask the Spider Queen, you would get a very different answer than if you were to ask, say, Sehen, yes?
When you say the word, when you refer to the Spider Queen, you definitely see that there's a wave of tension amongst the elves. You get the sense that didn't sit well with them bringing up her name in this court. There's like a tense moment where you very much feel like you've stepped on an eggshell, so to speak. And the High Marshal will say, I can assure you, Green, that this council has no intention of setting upon the authority of a demon.
Then you should have no problems saying what authorities you're at.
It is not who we will be consulting, more so who you will be addressing.
And that is?
You will know in due time, for there are judges on these islands who are God sent, quite literally. You will address only those fit to judge. Lady Dorthil on the end in the red dress will say, well, I think that might be all for today. Or for a time. We will send messengers off to bring forth the great judge and see what it is that he judges them worthy of. In the meantime, please feel free to make yourselves at home in our palace or in our city, and you will be summoned in a few short hours.
Okay.
You guys leave.
Let's go explore everything, guys, and see what the magical DM has prepared. I'm just kidding.
I didn't like that for some reason.
I'm actually thinking we should rest, but then they said a couple hours, so that doesn't give us much time to not like a long rest.
You can always request. It's true. You guys are standing there like beaten and soggy and whatnot.
Not all of us are allowed to wander around freely, right?
That too.
It seems so. Yeah. Maybe the High Admiral will bring it up because he's a little bit more down to earth because he's a man of the sea. He says perhaps our guests might like some time to rest. Some of the other elves kind of you see that there's a very immediate sort of ignorance in remembering that you all need to sleep. As elves trance, it does not take quite so long. The high, we'll say Lady Deathrill says, "Indeed, please make yourselves at home within the city and here there. Consider yourselves diplomats. Where you go is where you will find hospitality. Take as much rest as you require. We will send someone to tell you when we are ready, but do not hasten if you are not ready."
Thank you, Council.
There's a gesture as if to say it is time for you to go.
They look at their watches.
Before we leave, I'll just be like, "Oh, one question. Being as I'm an elf and the magic and all that, would I be able to transport via plants off and back on to this island? Or is that blocked by any magic?"
The Grand Mage, Ulthier, will say, "You are of the true elven blood. You are most welcome to come and go as you please, Crispin of the Aldenair.
Perfect. Just wanted to check.
But only you, as you are of the elven blood."
That was my understanding.
Yes. Okay, fantastic. And with that,
Tam Linn
you
is
guys,
getting a message.
yeah,
Very important.
Tam Linn receives a quick sending.
Yeah.
And yeah, you guys all head out. There is much to see here and there and all over the square. It is a beautiful, beautiful place, but maybe indeed sleep is what is on your mind. So please, what is it that you would all like to do as you step out of the council chambers?
Oh.
Do they have quarters prepared for us?
They said basically so they said basically no. They're like, you can go out and you can find accommodations, but where you go, you'll find hospitality, so you won't need to pay for those. You'll be known.
So maybe the first.
Orlick says, "I'm going to keep an eye on everything going on around here. I don't trust these owls as far as I can throw them, so I'll wait around." And Nithra goes, "Yes, I think there are certain things I would like to read and prepare, and also speak to my lovely assistant out in the gardens. So perhaps I will remain with Horlick, and we will be ready when the time is to come."
Okay. Well, I know, me personally, after such a long voyage, I would like something to drink.
Yes.
Oh,
Let's do that.
Wine
Is,
sounds
is there drink? Let's find
wonderful.
drink.
And food where we're not like rocking back and forth while we're trying to eat it. That'd be great too.
Yeah, food too.
Alright.
Yeah.
Right, food, sustenance, right. Okay. Let's see. If you guys begin to head out, I think like one of the stewards or heralds who showed you in will tell you once more in a very passive-aggressive Elvish language, as opposed to Sylvan, which some of you will recognize and some of you won't. They will say, "There are two major places where you might find respite. There is the Green Sword Tavern. Sorry, my accent's a little thick. And there's also the Thoreltha Public House, which is a bit of a restaurant. Those are all good places to find food and drink."
Which one is nicer?
That is an excellent question. The atmosphere of the public house is very quiet and reserved. Most gold elves find themselves there and meet to discuss affairs of establishment in private rooms and booths. It's a very nice place if infrequently visited, so calm and serene. However,
Green sword it is.
Yes, much more perhaps to your standards, a little more rowdy.
We are many
Oh,
things,
what?
but common serene are none of them.
So we have gathered. Enjoy the tavern. You guys walk out. The carriages are gone. You will notice that Tennesis sits like sort of, knees up. He's kind of like sitting like that in the garden with his maul just beside him. And you'll notice like a great number of like birds and raccoons and foxes and whatnot have like come and landed on him or curled up on him, and he seems indifferent. You get this maybe through your travels. You'll notice this happens often, that animals seem to facilitate towards him like he's a place of great sanctuary. He just kind of sits there glumly as there's like a couple of birds sitting in his hair.
Did Miss Royale go straight to him?
No.
See anywhere around?
No.
Then I would like to go talk to you.
Okay. Yeah, you head over. Tennesis sort of turns his head to look at you. Some of the birds sort of flutter from the imbalance, but they don't fly away like you were some statue, or they thought you were some statue. They seem to, in some instinct of their bestial form, understand what he is and that he is a safe place to be. And he sort of turns his head to look at you, still glumly, still a little indifferent. You'll notice that the grass around his feet and where his butt is parked is a little wilted and dead.
I can't. Do you know what we're doing here? Has she explained it? Have you figured it out? Has anyone actually spoken to you?
You come seeking terrible magics for your ends. I'm not terribly surprised, given my captor.
Do you know what's happening in the Feywild? Do you have a home?
Sorry, what was that? Do you have a horn?
Do you have a home? A place that you
Sorry.
love, a place that you're from. And if that place was facing ruin, what would you do to protect it?
I would do all within my power to protect it. So long it is a place just to be protected, which it is, where I am.
The things that are invading the Feywild, their very touch destroys our home. Their touch, their blood on our skin is like acid. And the reason that we are seeking this particular horrible, horrible magic is because the only other way to protect our home that they came into, we did not go into their space. The only way that it is not a war of genocide is to cut them off adrift and let them go where they're not touching anything else. So the only way to save tens of thousands of lives is this ritual. And if you were a little less morally rigid, I would have broken the thing on you already. But since I can't trust you not to kill her and destroy my home, I'm going to have to wait for the war to be over before I do it. But she used me. I would have taken your head, and it would have been a clean death. I want no part of the chain around your neck. So when my home is safe, and you can run amok as you will, I will end you.
Do you feel better now?
In a million years, I never would have wanted to cross swords with you. I don't like any of this.
Then why do you do it? If it does not feel right or just, then why do you do it?
Because I don't want the Feywild to die. Because a land and its things and its people are more important than my feelings. I'm not that selfish.
You think me rigid and foolish for my morality. But I ask you, what right does your people have to the Feywild that these conquerors do not? I do not support conquest, of course.
Do you sleep?
But you... What is this?
Do you sleep?
Let me go find out. Let us say for the sake of the argument,
Fine. May I enter your dreams tonight? I will show you. I can't do it here. But in my realm, I can show you what we're fighting.
I would prefer no further invasion of my privacy and agency, but I expect I do not have a choice.
Of course you do.
Right.
You say no, I don't. But they have their own world. They seek to conquer ours with blood and iron. We don't want their world. We just want to live in peace. Tell you what we face if you want. I can't do it here. I will not die with you.
You'll forgive me for having a hard time hearing the plight of those who enslave Celestials for the sake of evil books created by sacrilegious magics.
It's not the evil book we're trying to protect.
Then why not surrender it and perhaps gain the aid of Torm himself?
What does he know of war?
What
does
do
he know?
I?
Yeah.
Oh no,
You know,
of
of
war.
fading realms. This isn't justice.
You cannot truly be this naive. You believe I, son of Torm, celestial and immortal, know nothing of war. You do not think I have fought in war against demon and devil? You think I have not shed blood and seen my own fall at my side?
You seem very naive. The way you are judging what we do. Yeah. Seems very black.
I judge people for their actions. And the actions I have foreseen is you protecting an unholy book, a relic of great evil, and then enslaving the son of a god to your ends.
To attack us.
I see action.
You attacked
Tactics.
us. You came after us. I would sever that cord right now if you go away. But you won't.
No, for there is evil that must be bound away. And that is my task.
The task will have to wait until my run is safe. And for whatever it may be worth, and I suspect not much. And
You're right.
we'll walk off.
Okay, walk off.
As Vivienne, I assume, walking towards us where we're waiting, Trixie will just like wave to him,
Yeah, you see.
not knowing what the serious conversation they had.
Yeah, you'll see the glum face of the Epicurean. He sort of like shakes his head in annoyance, and then kind of sees you and kind of a little smile will come, and he'll kind of
I'll just give
you.
If I get a chance, I'll come by later. Maybe we can play cards.
Thank you. He'll just kind of continue to shrug and slump.
He's fine. Looks like he's having so much fun with his birds.
Birds do seem to like him.
Can't imagine
one more
what it
point
must be
for
like
him.
to be so utterly unburdened by complexity of thought.
That's Celestials for you.
I don't know. My father's a celestial, and he seems more well-rounded.
Perhaps. Anywho, let's
That's
get some
great.
libations.
All right. All right.
Libations.
I'm realizing now we got the name of the place, but not the directions. We'll just go until we see it, maybe, or ask.
Directions.
Someone's bound to know.
I see 2 paths. We take the left.
That's true. It's also an island, so eventually we'll probably get to it.
I think this board that I had made is broken. This is the 3rd time I've tried it. I'm not sure something. So, okay, you guys will head in, and you are going to find yourselves a rowdy tavern to hang around in. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, how rowdy do these elves get?
I was just gonna say, I can't wait to see what rowdy is for them.
Bar fight.
Libations. Okay, you guys find yourselves to what is known as blah 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 blah. There it is. You guys find yourselves to the Green Sword Tavern. You see an extremely heavy green metal sword mounted behind the counter as you walk in. The most immediate thing, a weapon surely wielded by some giant of a creature at some time. You get the sense that most creatures of your size just simply could not lift, let alone wield, in its immensity of size. But as you walk in, indeed, the atmosphere is one of libation and celebration and good cheer. To your perhaps surprise, it seems that elves do indeed know how to have a good time and celebrate. You'll probably notice, those of you who are more in tune with that sort of thing will see that a lot of the elves in here are quite young. This is the weirdest interior or tavern I've ever encountered.
A young 300.
A young 300, exactly. But there are elves around, and they seem to be enjoying themselves. Let me just place that atmosphere marker. Cool. Now we can have a bit more of a rowdy tavern. But indeed, those of less than 100 probably, if not quite a bit less than 100, make their revelries known here. The greatest song of them all. Who is inside? You will see behind the bar is an elf that looks to have like a bit of a mixed heritage. Even for those of you who are thoroughly elven, have a hard time totally interpreting the bloodlines there. They look to have the sort of similarly pointed ears of the wood elves. There is sort of like those like yellowish wild elven eyes, but their skin is a strange sort of deep bluish purple color, like a moon elf. So there is like a strange combination of, you don't know, certainly wood elf and maybe moon elf and sea elf. It's a little difficult to discern. But otherwise, does seem to hold the grace of the normal elves, and is indeed the bartender here, and is dressed in sort of almost half bartender, half dancer attire, but still with great elvish, beauty intrinsically woven into the designs of the outfit. Along with another elves who all sit around here, whether in simple garb or warrior gambeson or what have you. This seems to be the place where elves come to have a good time, and you see something you don't see a lot in older elves, which is cheer and laughter. There isn't so much like boisterous, like chest laughing, dwarvish, gnomish laughter. But there is like good cheer and smiles and fellowship had here and there. Some of the younger elves are a little more lively and rowdy, and bring that to that sort of adventurer energy that you're used to. But yes, you will be approached by this elf who will say, will speak to you in Elvish and say, "Be welcome in this place. I am Halanestra. It is with great welcoming that I present my humble tavern to you, the Green Sword Tavern. We have not seen those without Elvish blood in some great long time. You grace these floors with your your people's heritage and with such exotic comings. Please, how might I help?
Yes. Pour me your strongest drink and make it a double.
Oh, our strongest drink. Prepare yourself.
Oh.
Are you seeing the mini?
Yeah.
That was for the mini. Oh, God damn. Yeah, new Elvish minis just dropped. She will go behind the bar, and she is going to take out this like amber liquid, and like it looks very sort of Elvish flagon, where it's got like almost like encrusted like copper wound around the actual glass, and the actual glass has been blown into a most interesting shape. And she will pull it off, and she'll say, "Just for the one, or are all of you meaning to attempt this trial?"
I'll have one.
You'll have one as well.
Me too.
You too. Very well. She will pour.
What is
3
this supposed to
glasses.
do to me?
As all 4 of you have one, she says, "It is supposed to do what those who come to a tavern look for, which is to get quite drunk, quite quickly." You guys smell it, and you have that like, ugh, it sort of burns the inside of your nostrils a little bit, but it's also somehow delightful, as there's sort of like a honey flavor, but there's undeniably like almost like a gasoline like tinge as it hits the hairs in your nose.
Let's do it.
Is there a way to make it fruitier?
No, just drink it.
You asked for the strongest elixir. Our strongest elixir is not fruity. Oh, there we go. And so
Viv just knocked
Yeah.
it back.
you guys knock it back. All right, I would like con
Ugh.
saves around the table, please and thank.
Save.
Prince Aligarthus is like, "Oh man, I'm like not sure about this Scoob." He doesn't say that. He will drink it though. He'll be good sport.
Everybody gets a +6 on their saves. Always
Oh,
take
nice.
the paladin. Always take the paladin to the tavern.
Plus
Yes,
6,
so.
Yeah.
31 for Viv.
30.
Damn.
Dirty 20. I rolled a
28.
3 and got a dirty 20.
Shit. What about you, Tamlin?
28.
28. So by and large, you 3 are fine. It's Brok and certainly Aligarthus who get a little hit by it. Brok, for the most part, like you're fine, but like you have it, and it's like, oh, and all guys, it burns going down, and then it feels like a nice throat coat for a second, like a nice honey throat coat for a second. You're like, oh, and you're like, oh, and then you're like, oh, again, as the burn hits a second time. Brok, you immediately start having like an absinthe-like experience, like if you just took a hefty shot, where you start seeing like your friends start literally doing the like, just a little bit, and you start to like feel your balance very quickly beginning to leave. Nothing that's gonna put you on your ass, but still like alcohol hallucination starts to set in really quickly.
The tavern starts to fog a little bit as steam starts to come off the glacial plates.
Oh wow, that's never happened before.
Apparently that's what it's supposed to do, Rob.
Oh, that packs a punch.
Yeah, Aligarthus is like, he seems about where Brok is, but he just like every now and then will just kind of.
Hey, when did they get 2 bartenders?
While those settle in, could you tell us about the sword?
She goes, "Oh, most certainly. How could I have been so silly? It was around the year of 1368 DR where, well, a great dragon came. It was a tumultuous time where battle was had upon this island, but alas, the green dragon possessed with it a great sword, a sword of green, the very sword you see hanging today. It was this great and magnificent beast who wielded the sword against us. It was poison and magic, and this great blade that befell our shores. but it was not but the great warrior elves of Evermeet, with our archery, with our magics, and with our skill and great wisdom of many ages, that allowed us to befall such a great and ancient being. And so that great sword hangs here today to commemorate that great battle, and to remind us of our elvish pride, that we are great even amongst the ancients older than even we.
Oh, very impressive. We don't wish to offend, but we are strangers to this land and certainly to this culture.
It is of no offense. It is of no
We've
offense.
come here clearly to relax, but at the same time, we are in a state of relaxation, vacation, if you will. Please let us know if we get out of line at all. However, we will do our best to unwind while being politely reserved.
I see. Very polite you are. Very, very polite. But be assured, I am not so reserved, shall we say, as some of my kin on this island and kith. Feel free to imbibe and enjoy, laugh, be rowdy and excited. The green sword is meant for those of we of the Elven who like to embrace the more ecstatic emotion. So please, feel at ease and at home.
Has anyone attempted to lift it?
We give free shots to whoever can, which is not many.
Oh. I immediately go outside.
Well, it hangs over the back bar. It's huge, but the bar is like super long as the sword. So it's back there. And he goes, "Oh, by all means." And she'll even like. And by the way, she has been speaking Sylvan this whole time, being respectful of your heritage. But in this moment, she swaps back over to Elvish and says, my kin, brethren of this Evermeet, the great wanderers and diplomats of the Feywild come to try and prove their mettle. The sword is to be lifted this day by, what was your name?
Brok Meadowbrook.
Brok Meadowbrook of the Feywild. And there's a little like, and then some of the elves actually turn. You notice that the elves, the poles up the asses of these elves are slightly thinner than everywhere else, and they all kind of turn excited to see this display of potential strength. You look at this huge sword, Brok. This sword is like, this is probably like only a little bit shorter than the actual length of the dragon turtle's entire shell. It is a big blade. Even the logistics of handling it, let alone actually the weight of it, is something to remark. Would you like to try and lift the green sword of the Green Sword Tower?
Of course.
Of course. Go ahead and make me an athletics check to handle this big sword.
All right, an athletics check. Let's take a look here. And that would be, it would be a dirty 20, but I have indomitable might. So I get a 29.
So you get a 29. Again, the logistics of handling this to get us off the wall seems a little much. Even in your werebear form, it's like a bit of an overextension. It's already like an unfair game. Like you gotta like unhook it and then like catch the weight on the way down. But not for Brok Meadowbrook. You position yourself and you, it's definitely rusted a little bit, which is good. It is too sharp, and you kind of like sort of set it, and it hits your chest, and you definitely feel like your leg goes back, and you're like, and you feel yourself buckle, and you're in, and your back strains to hold the weight, and the crowd sort of goes, as you like to go to take it, and you like, and you like, your abs flex, your shirt rips off, everyone goes, whoa, and you lift that motherfucker up over your head, and you are holding the weight of this blade above your head, and everyone in the tavern even these elves stand up and they, oh, bravo, bravo, as you, oh, and you feel something you haven't felt in a long time, which is sweat, beads of sweat going down. Well, actually, you're a bear right now, so you're panting like crazy. It's like drool drips off of your maw because this is an exhausting experiment here.
Oh crap! What do I do now?
The bartender says, oh, right. And she will sort of reach her hand over and under the bar, and she'll pull out a scroll, say a couple of arcane words, and twist her hand, and the weight of the weapon will cease, and it will just gently drift into the air and re-rack itself behind the bar as she casts telekinesis.
I attempt to put my arms down, but then they like slowly start to float back up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're walking around like this for a bit. Yeah. I'm too strong. Absolutely. She sort of re-racks it. The scroll burns away in her hands, and she dusts her hands. She goes, well, there's free shots for Brok Meadowbrook. And everyone sort of does a little celebratory applause to you.
That was a challenge I have not faced in some time.
Aligarthus is like a little spun out, and he like leads over to you, Trixie, and goes, am I seeing things, or did Brok actually just lift that sword?
He did. He's very
What about
strong.
the fire? What about the fire?
I lifted that too.
Wow, he's really impressive.
Yeah. Maybe you should sit down.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And he'll sit down. You see, he's just kind of like looking around the bar at nothing. You're like, okay. And you will get definitely free shots here, Brok. Definitely get some free shots. Whatever you want.
Fantastic. I only brought trinkets, and I throw back the shot.
Yep, she pours you a shot. She pours you some like, what would you pour? It's probably like a lot of port. I'll be honest, because these are elves and they're really into their wines. It's probably like a lot of like dessert, winey, like port, like maybe like really like high alcohol, like extra high alcohol content wine. It's almost like liquor a little bit, like a winish liquor. But it is very sweet. These are actually very sweet shots at this point. Yeah, they're a little tart maybe here and there. Maybe there's one or two that are like almost like a little thick, like in the actual cup as you like tilt it side to side. But you can get as wasted as you want.
Oh, I plan on it.
Excellent. Show up for the trial in like 6 hours.
Are the elves getting drunk, or like what? I don't know if I've been in an all elvish culture before. Do they get pretty loose, or do they kind of get a little tipsy and get scared?
It's a little more rowdy in here. Nobody here is like falling off of chairs or anything. Not too many people. There's some here who seem to just be like, yeah, sipping, enjoying, getting to the point of like a little tipsy to kind of like, let the like loosen up a little bit. There's other people here that genuinely look like adventurers. Maybe young adventurers who are all elf-comprised parties. There's actually, I'll tell you what, there is one party there that does consist of mostly elves, but there is one party that does have a satyr to their party.
Oh.
Yeah. And those ones definitely drink a little bit more intensely, and there's a little bit more rowdiness, and maybe like a falling off of a chair and like a ha ha ha. And the satyr like definitely like plays a little music and seems to be the source of wild revelry here. There's definitely individuals here who are having a little extra fun than you'd expect from an elvish tavern.
Is there dancing? There's got to be dancing, right?
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of dancing. I think it would be very, how do I put it? I think it's not like traditional. It's not like none of this like walking around Bridgerton bullshit.
Sure.
but it's but there is like a level of like that they seem to be like doing these like set dances. They are a little bit more loose and a little bit more not like human like bar jigs or anything like that, or like hobbit like river dancing or anything like that. There is like a bit of like an elvish grace to the way they dance, but there is some looseness and there is some fun to the way that there might be some dancing off in the corner to a good song.
They're dancing to the windows and to the walls.
Indeed.
I'm gonna
A
dance
voyage
with them.
from henceforth, the walls and the windows.
Yeah, I want to dance with them.
All right, go over to go dance with them. Make me a little performance check to see how well you dance.
Oh, I'm good at that. All right.
So you think you can dance? Stay.
Oh, I am.
Oh.
All right, 25.
25. Yeah, you go over there and you quickly pick up what they're putting down, and you've seen many people, many bards from your time in Titania's court. You have seen many people, many different dance forms, and people kind of dance like this in Titania's court, where she enjoys and appreciates the combination of revelry and grace. And you know some dances that these guys probably don't know, and you decide to you kind of start doing their thing, and once they've kind of been like, oh, okay, you get it, then you're like, okay, but like watch this, and you kind of show off one of like Titania's dances, and there's like some people sort of recognize, maybe not exactly where it's from, but they recognize that it is something Sylvan, something otherworldly, and elves do sort of in their own way revere the Sylvan culture, and they pick up on what you're putting down, and you find yourself as a hot topic around here for the dance floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna Saturday Night Live fever this, or Saturday fever this stuff.
I think that's exactly what happens. You pick up a Saturday Night Fever vibe and just go for it. They're all sitting on the side going, oh yeah, wow. And just watching and genuinely appreciating what you're putting down. Titania's court for sure. Incredible. So Tam Linn's out there killing it on the dance floor, pulling out some of the Fey courtly dance forms. What about the rest of you guys? Brok's at the bar, just going shot for shot, and probably not going to last too long.
This may be the last time I have this opportunity for a while.
It's fair. It's fair. What about you guys? What about Trixie and Vivenne?
I feel like Trixie has a couple drinks along with Brok, but then she starts noticing that it's like him and Aligarthus are like no longer with reality, so she kind of becomes the mom of the drunken party, just making sure people don't like disappear, get lost.
Yeah, you'll notice Aligarthus's like sort of like hallucinatory drunken state, sort of basically like his blood alcohol content catches up with like it hit him way too quick, and his body's finally caught up with him, so the hallucinations kind of stop, and he kind of like is a little just like on the heavier end of tipsy, so he's a little drunk. And he's like going around like talking to people and like generally being charismatic. I think I'm of the opinion that when you're drunk, your charisma should be slightly at an advantage, perhaps, because
it's a bit of a bell curve.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. I think it's like tipsy, drunk, hammered. Yeah, exactly. So I think he's in the moment right now where he's at peak charisma, and he's like talking up some tables, and they're like inviting him to sit and have some drinks, and he definitely tries to include you, Trixie, into the conversations. He goes, can I introduce you all to Trisuin of the Olden Air, keeper of the Everchanger. Oh God, I'm sorry. The Everchanger.
Ever shifter.
Evershifter. I'm really sorry. The Evershifter. And they're like, and they kind of laugh because they see he's in his cups and he plays into it. He's like, yeah, and they invite you in. They talk you up, and Aligarthus talks you up because you wouldn't believe the magic she's capable of, and yeah. And you can hang out and keep an eye on Brok, who's just at the bar. And there's some younger elves who are just like watching him drink and genuinely perplexed by his constitution. What about Vivenne?
So Vivian's had a rough time through lately. Just a couple things not going her way. So actually, she's going to sit and watch Tam Linn cut it up and just the merriment on the floor because it's probably the first real demonstration of just joy she's seen in a while. So I think she's going to sit and thoroughly enjoy the show with the wine, always held by the mage hand. Right.
Of course. All right, you sit
Be
back,
a lunch
you
and
watch the
enjoy,
show.
yeah.
Yeah, you sit back, you watch the show. I will say this isn't exactly going to be a place, and you people are certainly not of a status of power and fame where people are not always interested in wanting to speak to you. For all intents and purposes, you all have the what is it, the far traveler background feature right now, which is like everyone wants to talk to you and know what your tale is. So everyone wants to talk to you, Trixie. Brok, you're at the bar. Someone's like, so let me. So then what happened? And you're like, oh yeah, and you're people are just asking you about your stories. You're like, and then what did the frost giant do after he grounded you as the power of his god? What happened next?
He allowed us passage, and we're still good friends to this day.
Ah, friends of the frost giants. So let me buy this man a drink. And he goes, well, you can if you want, but okay, sure. And you got a number of drinks in front of you. Vivienne, you got some people standing around you who are very interested in you. Anyone who knows anything about the Dreamweaver knows that that she spends a lot of time in the Olympian plane, which is the afterlife of the elven people. So there's a lot of people who are like, speak to us of the woods of wherever we're from.
And I will regale with them with the stories of when I was there just really like not even a month ago. And my friend Rhodos.
Rhodos, the nymph, the child of Poseidon Aphrodite.
Yeah, yes, of course. Well, there's another one of our knights who's currently training some of the less experienced regiments. Anyway, they're married. It was a beautiful ceremony. Tam Linn performed it. There's nothing like a wedding in Arborea. There's just something so glorious about it. Anyway, Rhodos is a revelation. And we'll just sit and go on and on about her time with Athena in the library.
Yeah, and they're people. All of you are getting a lot of attention. You're all very, despite whatever wounds or exhaustions you may be feeling, you are all. It's going to be endless attention for quite a while until you excuse yourselves. Even you eventually come off the dance floor, Tam Linn, and someone comes over and like dabs your forehead and sit around this, and they're like, "My, what a mighty sword you have. What is tell us of this great blade that you possess."
And at some point earlier, he would have busted out the dove gray eyes and swept his Superman curl aside to let it fall back into place perfectly. And he'd be like, "Oh, the sword. This is the blade of Summer's flame." And go on to say, "Yeah, it technically it empowers me to roll over the summer realm of the Feywild." And he'll go on
does that mean that you're the
this.
king of the Summer Fae then?
For the moment, I do intend to give it up, to reclaim my love.
Yes, and there will be some people here who know of your tale, and people will be very interested. Be like, "You're the Tam Linn of legend, who defied Titania."
I am, and she turned me into a lion, and then a snake, and then a burning ignet. But my love held on to me through all of these things and tossed me deep into a well until she was able to fish me out, and we were able to escape together, well, nearly forever.
And some people will just be amazed to hear this tale. I think especially among the elves, the story of Tam Linn is told, for they value the Sylvan tales deeply, despite being human at one point anyway. And are amused and just like tell it again, tell it again. Eventually, I think I'll say for you, Trixie, because you're the one who's keeping an eye on everybody. You're kind of playing den mother here. You do recognize like everyone's drinking and partying, and they or actually no, my apologies. They did say like we will let you know when we're ready, but don't come until you're ready. Like take your rest. So you guys can hang out for as long as you want. You guys have like leave to celebrate. It would be bad form to keep them waiting too long, but perhaps these snooty elves could wait a little while longer. And they haven't sent anyone yet, so who gives a shit? Is there anything else anyone would like to do around here? I would say, I'll tell you what, Brok, I think you're definitely going to get... Tell me how drunk you're trying to get. Tell me about that. You did.
I am trying to get just short of blackout.
God, you're trying to, you feel like your ability to remember what was going. You're like, wait, back. Make me a con saving throw to see if you are able to find that line and hold it. That's a tough, that's a razor's edge, my friend.
Alrighty, that is a 27.
Ooh, that's really good though. You have probably trained yourself in the art of poisonous intake, and you have taught yourself well. You are definitely like falling all over the place and a little, I feel a little sloppy.
Good. Right in the pocket.
She goes, that's your pocket. That's your pocket. And some people are like, magnificent. The strength, the skill at drinking would rival even the dwarves or the halflings.
I take great pride in my self-control.
As in one of these elder elves where you can see a bit of stars in their eyes that tells of the end of their life, fast approaching some 800-year-old elf, puts his hand on your shoulder and says, as you should. As you should.
I think.
Yes?
I think the night is coming to a close for me.
Oh, you hear from a number of elves around you. Oh.
I would like.
Yes. What would you like? Oh. My.
And then I like pass out. I fall backwards out of my stool and start snoring.
One of the satyrs like, don't worry, I'll grab him. And then it's like caught underneath you as you're and he's like tries to like and his adventuring party like drags him out from under your bare hide. Alagarthus goes, oh no, it seems the only thing that could defeat Brok Meadowbrook did indeed. Oh, a shame.
Are there any rooms at this tavern or an inn nearby?
She will say, you are diplomats to these lands. You are more than welcome to our rooms on the upper floor.
Great. Who the fuck is gonna carry him, guys?
She looks around. She goes, the elves are not known for their peerless might, admittedly. I could try and go rally up some soldiers. I suppose.
You guys can put him on me, then I can probably carry him and I'll transform into like a dire wolf.
Maybe if they have another one of those scrolls.
Vivenne will cast telekinesis.
Okay. Vivian's like, ciao! And suddenly Brok unconsciously lifts up into the air and falls on the back of Trixie.
No, Vivien will just put him up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Trixie,
I
you're like,
drop my wild shape and I'll be like, that works too.
and
My
you-
arms are still floating up above my body.
and his foot is going doof, 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 up the stairs. And you, Vivienne, you follow behind, sort of bippity boppity booing him up the stairs, and find him to a nearby bed, a far nicer bed than a bed that is perhaps wasted on such a drunk individual, but a very fine elvish wood carved sylvan woven bed, and you and Brok into this like king sized bed, and you bear snoozes on it. What about the
Should-
rest of you guys at the Lost
should
Brock?
should we have food before we retire, or is there food?
Indeed, there is food. If you would like some food, I'd be more than happy to accommodate.
You should.
I have a variety of selections if you would be interested. There is, of course, the elven bread, which is a very popular appetizer. We have mist cheese, if we're into something like that. We have black bark soup, clams and cream sauce, elvish seed cake, we have turtle soup.
I think
We also have moon shay shrimp rice as well.
Oh, well, that sounds fantastic. And perhaps the cheese.
Very well, very well. They will bring out some mist cheese for you, which looks to be a very rich cheese. It is soft white cheese, and if you take a bite of it, it is very unique in its taste, succulent to bite into. It is almost translucent if you slice it thin enough, as if it were an ethereal piece of cheese. And it is very rich, very, very rich and delectable to taste. And then shortly after, the main course comes forth, where you see this like yellow rice that's baked in with a bunch of perhaps delectable herbs, and freshly cooked scallops and shrimp inside of it. It's like a bright yellow rice that's is actually very good. It's definitely very seafoody, but very delicious.
Well, this cheese is delightful. Have you had this cheese? Have you had it?
Of course. Everyone has ethereal cheese. You haven't? You never had Loudwater?
I have, but certainly not to this this particular variation. This is amazing.
They say they will say it was originally, or the bartender will say, mist cheese was ripened originally in the caves of Loudwater Vale back on the mainland, which led to its distinct flavor and appearance. But we have since been able to properly replicate its most unique properties and flavors.
What's the proper thickness? Can you help me to slice it properly?
Indeed, and she will happily show you a slice, and very thinly. They slice it very thinly, and as you do, and you pick it up, you can see you can almost see perfectly through it, as if it were a pane of glass. It is literally ghost cheese.
Amazing.
Indeed, and there are many mysteries to be had on this material plane as well, Great Wanderer of the Feywild. I think another elf will say, we do try and take as much inspiration from your realm as possible. Evermeet and the Feywild are so deeply intertwined.
Oh, can you tell me a little about that?
Most assuredly. Whichever elf will say, this is the sagely elf with the stars in his eyes that marks the near end of his life. Sort of getting his affairs in order time. He will say, long ago, there was a ritual known as the First Sunlight, and it is when great mages meant to connect the elven heavens with our world and create a homeland for the elven people. Thus, Evermeet was born. It was a calamitous event, but we came here and settled here regardless. In a great event called Retreat, and since then we have spent much time, and it seems that our connection to a vendor, I believe it's called. Ever since then, very often we find ourselves with small fragments of the Feywild slipping through that grow more and more. Indeed, Evermeet is occupied greatly with fairies and satyr and other members of the band. We have a great respect for your people here.
Oh, interesting. I'm originally from the material plane myself, although I fear not this particular land. Can you? We're here, sort of on a study of the Sundering. Um, I guess perhaps a local's perspective on the idea of being separate from the remainder of the plane is. I assume people look like they very much enjoy being here. Is there ever any, oh, I suppose, regret at being isolated?
This much older elf will say, there is, as there always has been, a great sorrow amongst the elves. After a certain age, you have seen a great deal of pain and come to know that life is rife with it and full of it. It is difficult to find happiness in life and very easy to find tragedy. You must work. Any creature, really, if there is anything to be learned from the elves, it's that happiness must be sought, for there is no shortage of sorrow that will find you of its own volition. So we carry with us a sort of sorrow, for there are curses to being long lived. Much more so back on the mainland, where elves interact with humans and dwarves, and they fall. They fall. Time takes them from us, much like as I do not mean to insult, but only mean to use the context of lifespans. Much like a human might have a dog, and that dog will only live for about a fifth of their lifespan. It is a great sadness to lose such a companion. And though I would never compare a human or a dwarf to a pet, to an elf, of course, but merely the lifespan is similar. That's a good friend as such only lasts for so very long until time takes them. So we elves, we find ourselves content to be here and companioned with those who share a similar lifespan, where when we have friends, those friends are for life. They do indeed last for a great long time, and we understand each other in our great age, and understand one another in our wisdom and our time at learning. Our experience is not sullied on ears more less experienced.
Well, certainly no offense taken, and I appreciate your perspective. I'm facing a bit of a decision myself, being human, but however, being fortunate enough to have the option of remaining in the Feywild. Um, Mortality is one of those things that I have to weigh the benefits and drawbacks of.
But do not be ashamed for your heritage, good human, for all know that it is humans who have the most ambition. They make the most of their times of anything. Whether that be to your nature or to the understanding that your doom calls much faster than the rest of us. Humans seem to have a way of achieving things far faster than most other races. We elves will consider a single decision for many decades, whereas your people will do so in moments, minutes, and achieve a great deal. So fear not your time. It's spent well, as I am led to understand.
I'm glad that I met you. What's your name,
Oh fuck.
man?
I knew this was coming, but the gods did not prepare me. Uh, my my name. Well, if you must know, my name is none other than Kiran Silent Seeker.
Oh, well, it's very nice to meet you, Kedard.
Kiran.
Wrong in drunkenness.
Ah, I see. Yes, and that's also another thing. We also like it that everyone here knows how to pronounce Elvish names. I hear that's a big thing, a big peeve on a lot of elves from the mainland. I am silent. He says, there's one other thing I would tell you of if your study is for the first sundering. It's something that perhaps maybe many do not, who are not of the Elvish, do not consider. There is
Oh,
a
yeah.
school of thought that those great elves so long ago who committed to the first sundering, who wanted a piece of their homeland, perhaps wanted a piece of their afterlife as well. For you see, and he'll sort of reference Trisuins, as you surely know, elves do not go to the afterlife like the other races do. You see, when a human dies, their soul goes on to whatever transitory plane and then is guided to the next plane and picked from the city of the dead to go to their afterlife by a god. Maybe Olympus, maybe the seven heavens, but it does not work this way for elves. You see, there is only so many elvish souls in existence, and when an elf dies, their soul does indeed go to Evander, but it is then very quickly returned for some elvish couple to have children once more. And this is why we consider adulthood to not come to elves for 100 years, because you see, for those 100 years, elves remember their past lives. They are berated with memories of who they used to be, and it takes them that 100 years to differentiate who they were and who they are becoming in this new life. So this is why elves are the way they are, with their great long time of considering children, until such a time as those memories fade and they become a new elf. Now, the reason why we think Evander was pulled into this realm is because perhaps we elves wish to be closer to our afterlife. Perhaps there is something to be said of the jealousy of elves, for we have immortal souls, yes, but we do not experience afterlife like your races do. We do not get to see our gods and dwell with them forever and ever like you. We return, and so perhaps in our immortality, we wish to be amongst our afterlife. And so here we can be. Evander is a part of the elvish afterlife. It came at a great cost, but one I think all elves here respect.
Well, that's certainly something for consideration. Very interesting. I appreciate the cultural understanding and listen.
I'm more than happy to share. Indeed, it is my time to be reborn soon. He'll tap his skull near toward his eyes, and you'll see that sort of starlight in his eyes. He says, "This means the time is near where my life comes to an end, but I will be back, sure as the gods demand. Be reborn to some couple, who knows who. I heard that there was a couple pregnant in the next village. It doesn't really work that way, but it's fun to think about."
Is it that's a good question. Is it something that you look forward to in a way?
Well, I remember being young and remembering my past life, and I will remember it again and become something new. I think it is the elves who understand best nature. There are so many elvish druids because we understand the cycle of renewal. Where indeed my life here will end, it will cycle into a new life, and I will be reborn again and become someone new. So perhaps, yes, I mourn the person and the many hundreds of years I spent on this plane, but I will become a new elf and achieve new things, and remember this life to guide me into the next. So, and I will get to spend 9 months in my afterlife, so there's that too.
Very, very comforting. I appreciate your perspective and your time tonight.
And I thank you for your voyage you have made here. It has been long since Evermeet shores have been graced by such fine and interesting folk as all of you from such transitory and strange lands as beyond. So you have given an old elf fine memory. Now, I think it's time I went home and died. Goodbye.
He tells that joke every night.
He probably does. He's really taking it well. He's really taking it well.
And it's time I went back into the crowd and lived. And he waves back into a throng of dancing female elves.
It's Tam Linn dance with me. Tam Linn dance with me. And you do so. Incredible. Is there anything for anyone else? And anybody could have been privy to that conversation, save Brok, who is on his own transitory plane somewhere. Is there anything else?
I think Trixie, after making sure the two really drunk people are like tucked in, they have pitchers of water beside the bed. I guess I come downstairs, kind of hear the tail end of that conversation because I was mentioned. And then I'm gonna go off and try to find our demigod friend for that card game.
Okay, cool. We'll see you tuck Aligarthus, and he's like, "No, Trixie, I'm fine. You kind of like fuss over him, like take off, take the. He's like, just.
I just
go to
tuck
bed.
in his arms, so like he's coddled in.
You like pull his boots off, and he's like, "No, I really don't." I am a prince. You can't do this to me. Okay. And he'll doesn't say that. He goes to bed, and you wander off, considering the elvish way of life and their immortal souls, and you find your way to who's moved from his plopped seat and is kind of wandering around the garden grounds. You see, there's like some elven druids who are like, and they're kind of like fixing the wilted dead grass that he created with his sour mood. And you find him, and he comes over excitedly and will sit down and play some cards with you quietly. Now that you guys are not on the open seas and there's a little more animal life, more as he plays the cards again, you get a sense this just happens whenever he sits down outside for too long. Number of birds and a squirrel and like maybe like a mouse sits behind his ear, and he just doesn't seem to mind or care too much and plays his cards. And his sour mood sort of lightens. You want to roll to see if you win?
Sure.
Sure. All right, let's do this. Okay, I think I remember what the 3 rolls are. Give me an insight check. We were lucky. You rolled a nat 1 for a 14.
Well, I rolled a 14 plus 7, so.
So you win the insight check. He just seems to be a little off on that part. Roll me a deception check.
No, what I'm so good at. 2.
If you're proficient at cards, you get a free reroll.
No.
Are you?
I'm
No?
not proficient. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Playing card set? No, I guess that is.
Yeah. So you get a free reroll for one of these 3 rolls. Your choice.
What's the next roll?
It was deception, insight, and I think it's investigation for like tactics, basically.
Oh, I guess I'll reroll this one. It's not going to help me at all. 14. Deception.
14. He will score you there, my friend, as he will take away with a 24. And I will say, like, card games probably go this way. Large, he probably wins a lot because he doesn't have a single stat below 20.
I'm only good at the insight.
He is a demigod. He is not limited by mortal form like you are. He is much more potent. And he plays, but he enjoys the game, and he's definitely not a sore winner. There is you do see there is a little bit of a satisfaction with him when he does win. He feels like he gotta win, and it keeps his spirits up, but he doesn't go like, yeah! He doesn't do any of that shit. But he's very, very honorable, and he will say, good game. And we'll play with you as long as you want to play.
You seem like you're a bit better than earlier. You seemed really down earlier.
The cards are a good distraction. I have never been bound against my will. It's something I struggle with. So, thank you for distraction.
One of these days I will win. I know you've won every day since, but I'm getting a little bit better. Not really, but you know.
I expect that perhaps there is a win coming up. The odds are in your favor.
That's true. So what do you think of this place?
I have traveled to the plain of Avandor many times, and it does do credit to its original plane. It is quite beautiful. It's strange to see the influences of Fey in Avandor so prominently as they are in Arborea. It is good to see the two planes continuing to mingle.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like my home, and they kind of are, but they're kind of better in some ways and kind of maybe worse in others. We'll see.
Do you miss your home?
It's complicated. I think I miss my family and some people, but mostly no.
I see. I understand.
Yeah, I think I've decided I'm just not gonna go home, at least not permanently. I think I'm gonna take Sibylna up on her offer and make a new home once we save the Feywild.
Seems that you pay great respect to her, and it seems she needs you in these times.
I do respect her. I think she's had a really long life, done a lot of really crazy things and really, amazing things, and she's learned a lot. So, and she's
Is
doing
that
really
what
great
you
things.
wish? Is that what you wish for yourself? To do crazy things, and live long and see much?
I wish to have control over my domain, wherever that may be, even if it's small and just a house, or if it's really large, like Sibylna has. Whatever it is, I just don't want people to tell me what to do, like they have my whole life. Which I guess you can kind of uniquely understand that situation right now.
Now and before. My father Torm is a demanding god. There are less demanding gods out there. Talos, god of destruction. His children run amok. Umberleys, the Krakens. Torm demands much of his children. Honor, duty, courage, intervention. He asks a great deal. It is not easy to be his child, but it is a duty I honorably and happily accept. Though I can understand the want for more control, more autonomy, more freedom. I'm not so blind that I don't see the merits in reveling and dancing about like the satyrs.
I'm not good at dancing. I've tried a couple
I'm good
times.
at it.
It's never been good.
Well, I'm sure there is a good instructor out there. So
Yeah. Well,
is
I
that
hope
what
you're
you
not
want,
in
to
this
learn to
situation
dance?
forever. Although I think in the moment it's kind of necessary, unfortunately. Because, if you weren't in the situation under the control, you'd just try to kill us all again.
Make no mistake, I have no wish to kill all of you. I simply mean to retrieve the tome which your friend possesses, a thing of indisputable evil.
Yes. It does seem rather
Yes.
evil.
It is, from what I've been led to understand through the divinations of power, that it is a book of irredeemable evil. It is a book that possesses the darkest secrets of the abyss, that in the wrong hands could fracture the universe. Thus why I am here.
Yes. Well, I can't do anything about that right now. I'm keeping an eye on Nithrael, though, because bitches be crazy sometimes.
Yes. I suppose we shall chalk it up to bitches be crazy. Thus, yes. He just kind of sighs. He huffs and you kind of sighs and you feel almost like a winter wind.
I'm trying to be kind of careful how I word things because Nithra would just be like, "Tell me everything you know," or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's fair. And he talks to you, but and like he's not saying it, but whenever you're around him, there is this almost disappointment whenever you're around him, like directed at you, where you're like, oh, like I can't do that now, like blah 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 blah, and like he doesn't say it, but you like get from his look, he's like, that it's entirely within your power to do the right thing.
Yep.
And he doesn't say it, and he's probably said it enough times early in your meeting that he knows that he need not say it anymore. And whenever you say it, you like feel his doesn't like go doesn't like do anything like that, but you know it hangs over.
I feel like we're both so good at insight that we both can read under the like between the lines of each other. So we're having one conversation, but below that we're completely understanding each other.
Absolutely.
That's what I get.
Absolutely. There's a conversation that everyone else is hearing, and there is the real conversation that is beneath it. And you two are both very insightful. So that's a very interesting joining of minds.
Okay, well, fun card game. If I get another chance tomorrow, we can play again. But I should be off to trance and check on the drunk people.
Have a peaceful trance. Just
Doubtful, but I'll try. And I'll
Fair
head
enough.
back to where everybody else is.
He'll lay in the grass and kind of like do one of these and just kind of like look up at the stars. And falls. He's very gentle though, very gentle giant. Like he's got all these birds, so like he leans back like very slowly and gives them all a chance to reposition because you know that a bunch of them are probably sleeping in the folds of his many muscles. Someone's like made a nest between his abs right there because he's just so built. And okay, great, incredible. So Trixie's off to trance. Brok is passed out. Vivenne and Tam Linn, is there any last things for you this evening?
No, I'm just gonna dance until I tire, and make my way upstairs.
Got it. Are you trying to charisma your way through an elvish maiden or two?
Hey, listen, if it happens, it happens. I didn't bring these dove gray eyes for nothing.
Fair enough. Why don't you go ahead? Oh, it's too bad you're so smelly. Go ahead and make me
Oh, I forgot I was smelly. I forgot I was smelly. You're right, I am smelly.
Yeah. Make me a persuasion check at disadvantage to see if you can make this happen.
Nothing like sulfur and fruit wine.
Honestly.
Oh no, I was almost there because I did roll a natural 20, which would have given me a 32, but at disadvantage, I'm at a 19.
let me check some. You're trying to flirt here and there, and most people won't. Ooh, let me do it. Yeah, that's great. That's funny. Most of the people won't like come too near to you on the dance floor. You're like dancing and whatever, and you're like trying to get a little closer, and they're like getting a little closer, and they go, they kind of move the other way. But there's this one elvish maiden who seems all but too happy to dance near you, and you have this moment of like, wait, you mean you can't smell me? She goes, no, my sense of smell doesn't work. Why? What do you smell like? And you're like the greatest night of your life. And you like take her hand and run off and
like Man Musk.
Like Man Musk, and she's like, oh, ew, Man Musk. And you're like, but like good stuff. And she's like, oh, okay. And you go make sweet love to this elven maiden under the boughs of the oak trees outside.
Nice. All right.
Incredible. Well done. What about you, Vivien?
I think Vivian's going to try to eat a little something, soak up as much joy as she can, and then she's going to find her quarters, and she'll get her trance, but then she needs to go to sleep, and she's going to go find her patron because she's feeling conflicted, and she's actually going to ask for counsel, which is something she doesn't usually do.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, you go into your trance. Once you're done trancing, you will enter into the realm of slumber, where you will find. Now that you are here, the realm of slumber has been opened to your patron, and she'll just kind of find herself like wandering about, not necessarily aware of your presence. You are the master of this domain, and she'll just kind of be wandering amongst the mithril steps that lead from here to there, and you can approach her if you wish.
I will.
She will smile at your approach, and she will, again, there is such an etiquette to her in her considerations. She will gracefully, sort of very elvish, graceful curtsy towards you, as a lady would to a courtier. And she says, Vivien, Dreamweaver, it's good to see you again.
You're enjoying the space.
I am. It is strange, but in a way that is enjoyable to wander. My mother was so often present in the nights, and, well, when does slumber happen most? So, this domain is wondrous to me.
I'm glad to make it available to you. I could use wisdom, actually. I could use some counsel if you've got time.
She'll smile and she'll say, all I have is time. There's nowhere else I can go. And you have already found wisdom in knowing your secrets, so be proud.
She will tell her the story of the Empyrean to start with.
The Imperium.
Yeah, of Tennesis.
I see. Right. You said Imperium. My brain went to like
Star
like
Wars.
an empire.
Okay.
Kind of, basically.
Not no. Tennesis.
Yeah, but I understand. You tell him of the Empyrean. She listens. See pity in her eyes.
In a million years, I'd have never crossed swords with him. He attacked us. I would free him today if he wouldn't attack us. If we lose this war, you lose your realm. You can't leave. I can't. I don't feel good about this. And I would like your counsel. I don't like that she used me, because I'd have taken his head and I wouldn't feel guilty about it. He attacked us. But I held Snickersnack back. We had words over it. And she did it to enslave him. I've worn a collar, right? I don't like being part of enslaving another. But we can't lose this war.
Do you think this Tennesis, do you think that he was capable of persuading Mithroel to relinquish the tone? Do you think that there was anything he could have said to have succeeded in his task with diplomacy?
No, she's not who she was, I think, when she first took the book. I I don't wonder if perhaps Zybilna misjudged her strength of character.
I cannot speak to the mind of this Zybilna woman. You have spoken of her in passing at times, and she is your patron. Sounds like a remarkable architect.
She is. There would be no. It seems like Mythroyal is changing.
Well,
And we need to win this.
I don't think I need to tell you about the great risk of power and what it does to people. I think you, who has been raised on Olympus, probably knows well enough what power does to even gods.
Speaking of which, so the goal is to create another sundering in which we break off their realm from ours completely. And they can be on their own little island, floating in the astral sea to do whatever, and they never touch us. And that would be great. They're going to
Perfect.
It would, right? We just need to get the ritual. That's all we need is to get the ritual. So they're going to bring about, I guess we're going to be answering to some higher power. And I'm going over the Elven pantheon, and I keep coming to two names. Sehanine and Corlon. Now there are others. It could be anyone, right? It could be anyone. But concerning a war with the Feywild,
I do not know I do not know too much of the minds of gods. I was parted from my mother when I was very young. But I can say that they are very busy. I imagine they will probably send a servant of their power, not a god themselves will arrive. Not for this particular event, for a judgment. What that servant is, I of course do not know. There are many creatures who have been known to be judges on behalf of gods, many varieties of angels. But back to your quandary about this Penesis individual. He is like you and I think. Creatures of immortality, of great long life. I imagine at times to you, your fellow adventurers must seem like small children in the time it takes for them to see the right path. We have experienced aeons of experience at our behest, and some of them do not. I imagine it is quite the same for him. The child of a god is immortal. He perhaps saw or foresaw the outcome of that conversation and acted, sparing no time. Perhaps it makes him look callous, but you must, of course, recall that he is a mind of great experience. Perhaps he foresaw very quickly that diplomacy was out of the question and relied on his brutal power, which is great.
I dislike being a part of chaining him.
I don't think anyone likes to be a part of enslavement. Which is, as I'm sure you're aware, exactly what is being done to this creature.
I can dispel it, but it puts your realm at risk potentially.
And you know that he would go after the tome, for that was his task. It is a difficult quandary.
Would you order me one way or the other?
I would not. You are Vivenne the Dream. You are an Archfey, a daughter of gods. I would not dare to command someone with your grace.
Yeah, this is very different than what I'm used to. Thank you. I can't risk your realm. And I hate this decision. But, if Corlon sent a judge, and I told him that I deemed him unworthy to judge anything, and to send someone else, that'd probably be a bad idea, right? Like diplomatically.
If there is a celestial sent judge, well, let me ask you, who, if the gods sent a personal envoy, one who is meant to judge, who is more worthy?
Someone who wouldn't have put a chain on someone else for something they didn't do. Love shouldn't be put in chains. I'm happy to court you. I would have been happy to court you without the riders. But I'm friends. I'm friends with love gods. I feel like your situation would offend them. Offends me. And I'll play the game, but I have a hard time being judged by someone who would do this. So I'm just saying this out loud now so I can be diplomatic.
I do not always understand why I've been put in this position. I don't always understand the minds of the gods, but I do respect their power and their wisdom and their authority. It's not always easy, but I ask myself, who is then more worthy than the gods? I think that's what faith is all about. She'll kind of put a hand on your arm like so and say, I struggle with it too.
I want to challenge him to a duel, which would be utterly stupid and completely unlike me. Completely unlike, like I'm not, but I want to. And then you could go love who you wanted to. And then if it was me, great. Because then it would be me without any writers. And if it was someone else, great. Because you'd be in love, right? And that's what's important.
She'll put a hand on your cheek and she'll say, please do not challenge Corlon, the god of all elves and magic, to a duel. I don't think I would. It wouldn't do me well to see you.
I'm not. I just said I wanted to. I'm venting. I'll be gentle.
She'll bring the hand back down, always elegant, always in reserve, as she should be. And she will smile and she'll say, but your passion stirs my heart. Thank you.
I will kiss her hand and wake up because this is going to be a long ass day.
All right, you kiss her hand. Ladies getting swooned left and right in Evermeet. And yeah, you guys will have completed a long rest without issue. You will wake up full power. And indeed, there will be a messenger waiting around who is in the green sword. I'll say it's actually the royal scribe, and he will be there and will say, "The council has summoned their judge to judge the morality and worthiness of your group, and they have also prepared a series of trials for your primary arcanist as well. If you're ready, I'd be more than happy to escort you.
And by all means.
Very well, right this way. And he will show you all back to the palace. As you get back to the Moonstone Palace in all of its beauty and glory. Okay, easy there, Tower. Easy. Whoa. You will see Tennesis laying in the grass. You guys are having a bit of an early morning, but he is still snoozing in the grass. Little white wildflowers have sort of grown around his body in about a 20-foot radius. Perhaps he's having a good dream. And many animals seem to linger there around him, being literal Torm Jesus. And you guys, no, and you guys will make your way into the palace. I think, are going to take a break at this point. Give me a chance to quickly reset the map. Not a big shift, but a shift nonetheless. And as these trials arrive, I will hope our Arcanist will show up at some point. That'd be super. But regardless, I do have trials for the crew outside of her own personal trials. So we'll be back shortly. I've had my mic off this whole time. That's crazy. That's crazy. We'll get back to it in a moment. But I was just saying, I was a little blown away by the. It's funny because I was sitting there with the Eberron game and I was like, man, there's like all these kingdoms at war with each other and splintered. It's a powder keg, and there's the industrialist dragon mark houses, and all the little separate factions with all their own desires. Like, this is a perfect setting for political intrigue. The next day, I put that poll out, and everyone was like, yes, 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 5, 5, 5. It's fun.
Oh yeah, I've got by far like the deepest and most complicated backstory going of like any probably all of my characters put together.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Did you see the little piece that I sent you, I think yesterday, Ryan?
Oh, I don't think I saw that one. Let me check
Oh,
it out.
like right now I already have like 3 working aliases on top of my real name.
That's awesome. I'm super into that. Hell yeah.
And I worked out how we get from the morning to wherever it is we end up, wherever you decide we end up. I've got the path on that. I need to talk to you about a couple of things that I'm not certain about like where the lightning rail runs in regards to where she would have been. And you talked about House Cannith putting out a call where that I've got an idea of where that call would have gone to, but I just want to touch base on that. But yeah, no, my character's her beginnings happened when I started into the Feywild campaign. So
Understood.
this is super exciting.
Well, the lightning rail, because of what happened in Siri, the lightning rail, like the whole lightning rail system got fucked up. Like basically the two sides of the continent have been cut off from each other of lightning rail wise, I believe.
Right, but she's right outside of Whitehearth. So there are because she's outside of Whitehearth, there are the lightning rail has places where it's running, so it's working out. Would she have just started going north? Would she have gone west to try to find a place to get on the light? Like, it's that kind of thing. So I've got an idea that I think is logically works and also works with her story. And I'll actually probably send that to you tonight. You'll go to sleep and read it whenever you can.
Very cool. I'm gonna put a little message in the chat, but I certainly because of the move, but it's definitely this month. I'm feeling like I'm not as attentive as I used to be for like people send me stuff and I'm like all over it. I have like so much to do to prep for these games. It is by no means me ignoring anyone if I kind of miss something or I don't respond quickly. I'm just trying to get these campaigns ready to go as quick as possible, and some stuff gets caught in the work. So if there's something, if you have something that you're debating and it's a big thing, feel free to just keep poking me. That's perfectly fine, or tag me or whatever. I'm doing my best to juggle everything, but I am
literally down to logistics of how she got from point A to point B and who was involved. And I've got the whole her being in trouble worked out pretty well. So
you're gonna need some prep time, Ryan. We're doing deep cuts on this one.
Yeah, I believe it.
And no, there's deep backstory. There's deep backstory. But everyone asks for it. Like if you read the first chapter, they're like, it's been 4 years, but here's this one thing, and no matter who you are, if you are on Corvair, you have an opinion. This thing affected you when it happened. You knew where you were either the moment it happened or when you found out about it.
Yeah, that was like 9/11. Like that was like that affected everybody. That was a whole national thing. Apparently, they're making memes about it now, and it's crazy.
You say they're making memes about it now?
Yeah, have you noticed that like
I've seen a couple of
TikTok,
Everon.
Facebook, there are so many 9/11 memes
Yeah.
this year. I don't know what it is, but like everything I
Bad
see.
taste, but right on. Nope. True.
Oh man. On one hand, I'm like, is it bad taste? On the other hand, I'm like, man, you gotta just laugh at things eventually. You know, like things are sad, I guess, but you gotta laugh.
No. That's
Yeah.
The general ones that you can laugh at. Some of the ones that I'm talking about are no truly bad taste. There's a difference.
Yeah, some of them
Yes,
are
we have to
pretty
we
brutal.
have to laugh at ourselves. That's important. That's
Exactly.
healing.
Okay, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Okay, so you guys all arrive here in you all arrive back in the palace, the Moonstone Palace. You are met at the door by a familiar elf that you saw yesterday. You see Kiran Silent Seeker, the old wizened elf that you guys talked to yesterday, waiting at the doors. He's dressed in these like very ceremonial looking like robes for whatever reason. And he's going to say, "Excuse me, but a moment. Be welcome in this place. But if I might borrow a moment of your time before you meet with the great counselors, Tam Linn, great warrior of the Feywild. We had such a good conversation yesterday, and I'm wondering if you could do me a favor.
Well, certainly. What can I do for you?
Well, my time's coming to an end, and I'm off to see the afterlife in what could be days or weeks or months. I was wondering if you would do me the honor of making my death something to remember. You have such a great sword, a mighty great blade of the Feywild of legend. I would be honored to die by such a sword."
Oh, why? Most certainly. Um, I must say that this is generally not in the purview of my oath. However, um, honor is honor regardless, and I'm happy to do you such a service.
I am not without my skill, for I do not mean to simply bend the knee, but I expect your skills are perhaps somewhat beyond mine. And he will take a foot will go backwards, a hand behind his, and he'll pull one of them. And he'll say, "Come at me with all your power, great Tam Linn. I shall be honored to die by your weapon."
Oh, and Tam Linn is not terribly intelligent. So he's a little, and I'm a little surprised. I didn't know he meant right now. So I he will definitely look surprised.
Yeah,
And
the guards are like surprised too. They're like, "What the fuck?"
and then kind of move out to where there's a little bit of space here, I suppose. And
Yep.
Unsheath the sword of summer's flame and light it up, and also bamf out his wings for avenging angel.
You become an avenging angel. Your wings fly forth. Roll me initiative. He rolls a 20.
10. He wins.
He wins. He's going to go. He gives you a nod as if to say thank you. And he's going to come at you with all of his ferocious strength.
All right.
And he goes, and he punches you like right in the chest. He goes, "Ah." And that's his turn. Oh wait, no, sorry. He has a unarmed strike because he's and then he goes, and he like jumps into the air and does like a whole fucking cyclone kick, and you're like, wow, like actually really impressive. Like he does like a full like spin in the air, and he kicks you in the side of the head on your armored helmet. And he goes ding, and he misses. He goes and he lands down. He goes ah, ah,
He goes full Larry Fishburne on me, huh?
a little bit.
All right.
He does his best, but you're quite the warrior.
I don't think
Go
this is
ahead,
as
it's your turn.
glorious as he expected.
Right. So I'll levitate just a little bit, like 6 inches off the ground. I'm trying to make this look as like impressive and honorable as possible.
Come on, Tam Linn. At least make it look like it hurts.
Right. And then
Brok is like, don't just, or Horlick's like, Brok, don't dishonor him. He's doing his best, you know?
You gotta sell the bit.
17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, good. I'm gonna try and like give him like a real kind of a grandiose swing, right? To
Yeah, you're gonna put everything
like
into it.
like full right, like as like stretch out the chest a little bit and bring the sword way back in as angelic a manner as possible and bring it down.
Yeah. He definitely does like one of these. Like he's like, come sweet death, basically.
So that is going to be. Oh yeah, let's throw a little smite on it too, just to get him real good. We want to make sure that it's. I don't want to hurt him, right? I want to just take him out.
I don't want to hurt him.
All right, so that's like 41 damage.
You bring the blade back, and you like supercharge it with the flames sort of go blue across the blade, fire, like anger, literal vengeful rage shoot up the blade, a pulse of radiant light, and you bring the blade down, and there's a flash of burning light, and you all hear the raucous, the like almost like explosive sound of Tam Linn's great might descends upon this guy. And as you are all blinded in the moment of the smite, you look back and there's literally just like a blood smear across the side of fully across the, you just fully like create some kind of like painting, some abstract painting along the entire interior here. And any solid matter that was him is no more. There's just sinew and blood. He was super dead after that first strike.
That's good. That was hardcore, man. That was OG. Good for him. Way to go out, buddy.
First we slay 2 of their guardians, now we slay 1 of their council members.
To be fair.
To be fair.
He literally asked for it. Like he specifically requested it.
The guards go, halt, in the name of the law. No, just kidding. It's fine.
Right. Get off our island.
Yeah, you fuckers.
How dare you?
Yo, dare you kill that consenting combatant? No, they're like, yeah, they're like, no, like, we heard the whole thing. Like, yeah, they're like, go on.
I'm starting to think we may be the bad guys.
Avenging Angel lasts for an hour, so I'm just going to keep it on for now, I suppose. Now that we're there.
Tell me your will. And they're like, oh, fuck. I think we fucked with the wrong guy. All right, Nithro's like, very well, if we are done killing elves, would we please proceed to this trial they apparently have set up for me? It will surely be of no consequence for someone as powerful and humble as I.
Well said. Let's proceed.
You guys all walk in, just making your way through the alley, through the aisles. Allegars, we got on the side. Tam Linn. You guys walk in like a fucking action scene explosion goes off behind you guys in slow-mo, and you all go, because there shouldn't have been an explosion. And that doesn't happen either. I'm just running away with myself a little bit tonight. But you guys walk in and you'll see before the council chamber, you are going to see their apparent judge of all of you. You see a lion, but not just any lion. A lion with the wizened old face of a man and great white wings. As you witness what I think some of you at this level, I'm not going to make you all roll for it, a sphinx. You see this great old creature. It has gilding, a circlet, bearing the signs of its celestial lineage. It has gilded braziers and, like I said, a circlet and things that sort of mark it, sort of recognized by the divine. I think you, Tam Linn, being the most religiously trained of the group, would recognize these like divine signatures and probably things that, like, in interpreting of celestial, would reveal basically like that this creature has been ordained by the gods themselves as their judge. And you get a very much a presence of a recognized champion of their will. The counselors will speak. Grand Mage Berthil Olathier will stand and say, "Bear witness, for the gods have picked their champion to be your judge. This is Basim, the Sphinx, sent by the Sundering. It is he who shall judge you all worthy to lead these armies, to make choices that will shape the fates of all. It is he who will decide if you all are worthy of the first Sundering in all of its calamity, in all of its rage and power. But it is I who will judge you worthy," and will point to Nithroyal. "I am the Grand Mage of these islands. I have studied its arcanes for some several hundred years, so I shall see if you are up to snuff in your magical pursuits, and then the great judge will deem you worthy of heart, whereas I will deem you worthy of mind first." And she will leave the chamber with Nithroyal, who goes, "I'll be back in a minute. This shouldn't be too hard." And she leaves. The Sphinx looks at you all, and he will speak and say, "Welcome, warriors. The Seldarine have watched your progress with great interest, and it is the will of this council that I come to judge you all worthy of the pursuits ahead. I am more informed as even they of what your intent is. You wish to retrieve the ritual of the first Sundering, understand it, and improve it to your means, that you may protect the Feywild and abscond the Iron Fey without the need of a mass slaughter. Am I understanding correctly?"
Yes.
You are.
"Very well.
This is correct.
Then let us weigh your hearts against a grain of sand and see if you are worthy." The lion-like creature will lift a mighty paw and bring it back down to the ground, and as his paw, without too much force, hits the ground, the walls and the world around you seem to almost reverberate around you. You feel time sort of slow to a halt, and you feel yourself thrown from the presence of your various companions, and each of you will undergo a trial of morality. We see if you are worthy. So, my friends, who would like to be the first to be judged against a grain of sand?
One of you guys better go first. I just killed an old elf dude. I need a minute.
I am going to roll a dice.
Let it be random.
Yeah.
Let it be random. The person I was actually going to say, but then I was like, wait, this is a dice game. Most fittingly, I think Vivenne is going to be our first one, according to the dice.
Give me a quick moment.
Okay. You're gonna go have a quick cry, and then we'll get back to it.
You've got to confess your sins.
Yep. Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. I'm
While
sorry,
she's going, I will
forever
go
again.
refill my water.
A quick confession, and now your soul is clean.
Yep, now we can do it.
Now you can go to heaven.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Which one is the one? Ah, here is the trial of Vivenne. Okay, where is your trial?
Guess
Oh.
how many fingers I have behind my back.
How many fingers? Trick question, I have paused, you lose. Okay, let's see here.
That would be so like a Sphinx, though.
Yeah, that would be very Sphinx, wouldn't it? Vivenne, you are without power. You find yourself imprisoned. You are in a cell. You are in a place you seem to have garnered context for yourself. And even by looking around, you can tell what your situation is. I will put out as like a role-playing thing. Vivenne largely believes this is all real. This is happening. This isn't just some trial. This is real. You sit around in this damp, dank cage. You hear the screams of prisoners tormented and tortured. You see people walk down the halls, guardsmen coated in blood and wearing sort of grim but satisfied faces. You know you're in prison, but not just any prison. Prison that is unjust. You know that this is a place where the guards delight in torment, where the torturers do not look for information but satisfaction. You are in a place of evil. You have been imprisoned here. You have none of your equipment, none of your skills, none of your abilities. Even if you try to access them in this moment, they are not there for you. And you feel a little tug on your sleeve. You look beside you and you see your own eyes looking up from the face of a young child. Similarly pointed ears, similarly colored hair, but he has the face of his father. He says, "Mom, are we going to get out of here okay?"
I don't know.
But, okay.
Hey, it is okay. Whatever happens is okay.
He'll just kind of...
She'll actually... Do I have wings right now?
No, you are as mortal as you have ever been.
I'll just wrap my arms around him.
You do so. Time passes. Some of the other prisoners you have... actually, not only of the prisoners, you're alone, you're isolated in this cage, but you know you need to protect your boy. And you have found an ally, one ally, in this cage. This man of no consequence, really. You don't know anything of him. He showed up the other day, and he goes through the bars and goes, "Hey, so, look, I don't know your name, you don't know mine, I don't really care, but I can see you want to get out of here. I think I know how to get us out. All right? You want out?
You have my attention.
All right." Time passes. He sends you first because you don't know this man. He's not a particularly compassionate man. You don't even know his name. But you insist with him that you will go first for the sake of your son and humans. You are running away from this horrible place with your son, his hand in yours. And The guards are coming. They have caught you. You thought this was a good escape plan, but it seems that it was flawed. They were expecting it. Maybe it has been used before, and they delighted in the chase. You run through the wood, dragging your boy behind you. He looks around, scared, his eyes darting left and right. You're going to get caught. Do you keep running?
Is there a way to hide my son? To get him away? To buy him time?
You can certainly try. Make me a, let's call it a stealth check to try and obfuscate.
$22.
It's very good. You hide him, you throw him behind a tree and obscure him. And
then I run to the guards.
You run to the guards and put your hands up. And they, they shove you down to the ground. They beat you up. They lock you in chains. You hear to your dissatisfaction, you hear, "No, get away from her!" And the kid comes running out of the woods, and he starts uselessly banging his hands against some soldier. Time passes. The morning comes. Your boy, you are to be spared, says the judge. Says, you will stay because you have relevant information to the cause, but there must be punishment. It is your boy who will pay the price.
Not if you want information.
He grins with grim satisfaction. He doesn't care. And you know you don't know it. He points to the gallows where your son's there looking at you with fear. And in this moment, time slows. The Sphyx, his voice, his presence appears to you. He says, and here we have true challenge. If you let the chair underneath him go, if you pull it out yourself, you can signal to the man who helped you escape and save him from being caught from a poor escape attempt. Or you cannot, and you will not have to have your son's blood on your hands. What will you do? Time continues again.
My son dies either way.
As you know, in this moment, he's on the gallows, you're locked up. They're going to hang him. And the signal to let him know that the escape attempt didn't succeed is to pull the chair. So yes, you can hold the chair and take his life and signal to that man, save him from a failed escape attempt. Or you let that man die in ignorance of how he's doomed to fail, but you will not have your son's blood on your hands. It is your choice.
Do I believe in an afterlife? Am I Viv?
Do you? Vivenne? You are Vivenne.
Well, then if I'm still me, then I absolutely pull the chair.
Okay. You walk up to the gallows. The man allows you, the executioner allows you with grim satisfaction that this is the ultimate thrill for him. Your son looks down at you with scared eyes.
My son, this is not your end. This is your freedom. And she pulls the chair.
I don't want that. And then the chair pulls. Small snapping sound.
And she'll look right at the executioner.
He looks at you with monstrous look in his eyes, but you look past him to the window where you see the man whose life you just saved. And he looks at you with disbelief, shock. He just kind of nods to himself a little, like he can't believe what he just saw. Everything slows. You are Vivenne once more, rings and all. As the scene slows, the Sphinx stands behind you. You're quite aware of the scenario and that you are being judged. Sphinx goes, "Why? Why would you do such a thing?"
Because I am Archfey and divine, and so is my son. This wasn't his end. But at least I could send him with comfort. He was going to die. This mortal coil was getting shuffled off one way or the other. At least I could save a life. And who knows what that one will do? He hasn't mentioned.
That is true. Does the life of your son not matter then? Indeed, he will die and go to
anyway.
For the greater good, then.
So that he doesn't have to endure another day of this suffering.
Cruel, sometimes necessary mercy.
I'm going to be beaten, right? What would happen to him seeing that, knowing that? What kind of monster do you think he'd become? How twisted would they make him at his age? That he goes to the afterlife. In 9 months, he can be something else.
Do not all children run the risk of growing old and becoming monsters?
Not all children are here.
Say that again, sorry.
Not all children are here.
I see. You mean to save a life for one that would fail. You do not think of yourself. You think of his good and the good of others. I weigh your heart against the grain of sand. This most cruel mercy indeed is one that is light of heart. Well done.
Is that really my son?
Oh no, this is just a mission. This is like a fully mission. You're okay. You're totally good. Yeah, take a minute.
Oh, that was somebody else. No, you're.
That was someone else's son. Sorry. Someone will be out with a hot towel soon. I need to go to the others, and he will pad off.
Vivenne does call him a dick.
That's funny. He shrugs. He's like, yeah. and he walks away. Okay. Who's next? Let's find out. Let's see what the dice decide. Tam Linn, are you over your most recent slaying? Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Just finished wiping the blood off.
I'm glad I didn't have to do that when Tam Linn has an actual son.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. You're a dick. It's like, yeah, it's true. Tam Linn, similar situation.
Yeah.
You find yourself without arms or armor. You find yourself without great skill in weaponry. And you find yourself standing on the streets of Waterdeep with a Sphinx at your side. Nobody seems to be aware of either. you see the doors of the bank fly open, and you see a man with a bag over his shoulder, clearly, full of gold, full of coinage. He has a black hood, a robe under his eyes, and so on and so forth. And he runs off with lightning speed. This is a fast man, certainly faster than the normal man, but you are a strong warrior. You're an athletic one. Do you chase?
Oh yeah.
You chase. You leave the Sphinx behind. You run through alleys. You run and you run and you chase him. You chase him. He is fast, much faster than you. And he knows the alleys well. Admittedly, you do get lost. You do lose him at one point. You're looking around for him and wandering here and there. You spend most of the day looking for him, in fact, and unfortunately, you just don't catch up with him. But at a certain point, you do see the Sphinx. And if you approach, you will see the Sphinx looks at you and says, "You've seen this man rob a bank. Most unjust, sure. Yes?
Yes.
Well, look here now, for your trial truly begins." You look to the right, and you are going to see what is clearly an orphanage. And you see the man sort of walk over and pull his hood down. You see he's fairly gaunt. 5 o'clock shadow. He looks like your typical rogue, but he looks both ways and knocks on the door. And a priest comes out, a priestly woman of Ilmater, the god of suffering and burdens, and he will sling the bag over his shoulder and hand it to her. And she starts doing one of these, and he starts explaining and pushing it back to her, insisting she take it. And the Sphinx will say, "The scene is quite set, wouldn't you say? Money
Yes,
stolen for a good cause. I wonder, Tam, what will you do? This man has stolen goods for the orphanage. If you report him, that money will surely be taken back to the bank, and that man will go to prison. But if you don't, we'll get away, most probably, but most importantly, we'll go to the orphans. What will you do?" You see a guardsman sauntering by unknowingly. You see the priest hug the man for his
Yeah.
generosity.
I'm going to let the guardsman walk by at first, but I'm going to signal to the Sphinx. Give me may I take a bit longer than this specific moment?
Yes, of course.
So I'll wait until the guard walks by. If possible, if I get the feeling that I'm allowed, I'll wait until after the priestess goes back inside, and then I will approach the man.
Absolutely. The man sort of puts his hands in his pocket and begins to walk away, kind of looking over his shoulder a little bit. And I think the Sphinx goes with you. He's curious to see what you will do or what you will say. He does not get in your way, and he seems to be invisible to the world around him. But yes, you approach the man in the alley, and he turns to look back at you and goes, "Yeah, go ahead."
I'll grab the man with the intent of getting a good grasp on him, not letting him run away.
Okay.
And
what are you doing? Stop that.
And I'll say, I witnessed your crime. I understand your reasoning. But sometimes heroism comes with a cost. It comes with a sacrifice. That's what makes it heroic. That's what makes us martyrs. Hold out your hand.
He will.
And I'm going to chop off his hand.
Yeah, you have a blade. You pull it out and you chop his hand up, and he falls to his knees and grabs his hand, starts crying. Oh, so it's, like sort of screaming in agony. Um, he
Your
like looks at you. Yeah.
your well intention is recognized and appreciated, but justice must be served. Please continue your deeds for the community, but search for a more righteous way.
He nods with his no hand, and he runs away. Down the alley, the Sphinx tilts his head. Justice served to a thief? Is this the conclusion of this trial?
As far as I'm concerned, it is. Um, I've come to understand over the years that sometimes justice is dark. Sometimes it goes against um, what our emotions would tell us uh, is kind or um, what even feels intuitive at times. But it is an underlying fabric of our existence, and it must be acknowledged and respected. I don't wish that man's death. I don't wish him to be incarcerated for any period of time. But as you heard me tell him, he has to understand that there is a sacrifice involved sometimes in taking heroic measures. Whether he chooses to do that again, he has another hand. He may choose to make the same decision, but he'll do so knowing uh, that there is the possibility of a negative consequence for himself. And in my mind, that makes it all the more noble.
So you wished to teach him consequence for heroism?
That sometimes there is consequence. I suppose more than anything, I wish to teach him to not even to teach him, to remind him of a perspective other than his own. I'm sure that when he planned this scheme, he probably did so without ill will. He didn't try to hurt anybody in his thievery. He did it for what he assumed was a good cause. I can only imagine that in our very limited human brains, sometimes we get wrapped up in these beliefs, and we're unable to step outside of our own field of view. Uh, this was my opportunity to open up another perspective to him.
Do not worry that if you wish for him to be heroic but teach him of consequence, do you not worry that your punishment of him will dissuade his heroism?
I think I definitely believe that that's a possibility, and I knew ahead of time that that may be a possibility. I think those who are truly altruistic, who have a firm root of belief in charity, probably make the same decision, regardless of their awareness or fear of a certain level of consequence.
So heroism is only for the mighty.
Heroism is for the willing, for the mighty of creed.
So by punishing him for his heroism, you did not wish to do justice, but simply to teach him consequence. You do not believe the stealing of coin was wrong, or do you?
I do believe that stealing was wrong. I don't believe that his motivation was maligned or selfish in nature. I think that sometimes we do the wrong things for the right reasons. And I don't think that that absolves us from consequence. If anything, as I said, I think that the acceptance of that consequence is possibly even more noble.
So if you believe the stealing of coin was wrong, and that such heroisms have consequence, why do you not return the coin and simply punish the hero?
Because I don't necessarily, well, I guess that's a good, that is actually a very good question, I'll admit. I'm not 100% decided on this, but I believe that the coin is I believe the act of giving the coin to the children has cosmically positive consequences. Um, the means through which that happened, I believe. So it's not the children's possession of the coin that that I have um, that I have a terrible objection to. It's more the means for how the coin was delivered to them.
Of course, I think any could agree that the giving of charity is a good act, but that gold was indeed stolen. So you believe that a cosmic sense of karma is the justification for the crime.
I do. I do. Thank you. Thank you for wording it more eloquently, but that is correct. I do.
And what of the bank? The coin belonged to someone who banks there. Possibly the economy of this city. There was no small amount of gold that was taken.
Certainly. Another thing that I've learned in my time in the Feywild, in the summer court, in my time afterward with my family in a small, unassuming village, and then my time that I spent lost after that, unable to be myself or return to my family. I've learned that there is probably no way for us to always avoid a conflict of intention, of desire with everyone with whom we come into contact during our existence. One way or another, someone is going to be dissatisfied or um, oppressed or injured. Um, I think the best that we can do in those types of situations is to strive to find what we believe is the least hurtful of the results. In this case, my personal belief, uh, be it possibly admittedly flawed, is that feeding needy children, clothing them, keeping them warm, giving them some measure of comfort in a life that's been very difficult for them, probably serves the greater good than ensuring that those who had the wealth to save in the bank maintain that wealth uh, and use it for possibly more luxurious reasons. I can't know that, of course, but my assumption is that if they had it to put away, not that they had it to spare, but that they didn't have as immediate need of it as these children may.
Perhaps in your need to seek immediate good, you might fail to find the greater good. You seek the first sundering, a ritual that saw the deaths of thousands upon thousands, sundered the lands beyond recognition, and certainly slew the lives of all involved in ritual. You look for justice and good in the moment. I see that your heart does weigh more than a grain of sand. For you do have a need to seek justice, though albeit an interesting way about it. But I wonder, could one such as you be entrusted with such a devastatingly powerful ritual? One who might give the economy of a town to orphans, and in the long run, perhaps doom the town.
It is for this reason that I rely on the wisdom and the assistance of those around me.
A fine quality. The greatest kings consult their counselors, but you, Tam Linn, are responsible for all the armies of the Feywild, and will perhaps be responsible for the usage of the First Sundry. I implore you, do not pass your morality off to those you consider to be wise. You are held responsible. He will rise and turn pad to the next tribe to see if there are more worthy. Let us see if it will be Brok or Trixie. I'm going to go evens for Brok. And indeed, it is even. All right, Brok, are you ready for your moral quandary?
I'm ready.
Okay. Brok Meadowbrook. You are a gnome again. You are
Shit.
still shit. Fear not, you are still quite mighty, as you ever were. Strong, brawn. You don't have your equipment. In fact, you're in a bathing suit because you are on a beach. You are on a beautiful private stretch of beach. There is no one there but your niece and a small gnomish girl who shares similar features to you, who throws a ball around the sand and says, "Hey, Dad, look at me!" And plays with the ball.
Oh, yes. I'm looking. I see you. Yes, hi.
Your niece is also 7. They are both 7, and they play with each other on the beach. They sort of handball one to other. You know that they're best friends, and they've been best friends. They were raised together. They were in diapers together, and you've been held responsible for their safety and their sanctuary here as you play at the beach. They're eager to get in the water. The waters are a little turbulent, but they're both strong swimmers. Would you say anything to them?
Stay close to shore. Don't go too far out.
Your niece goes, "Okay, we will." And they run into the water, and then they do play in the shallows, as you recommend. And you kind of, there's a relief. But such as it is with children, you turn around, and as you turn back, they are caught up in a rather large wave. Pulls them out into the strong currents. You look around the beach, but there is no one there to help you. You are alone. It is a private beach. You came here just for that reason, so you could get away from all of the stresses of town and family. You find them both caught in a strong current, and you are the only swimmer strong enough to save them. You are mighty, Brok, but you can only save them one at a time. Your niece, you know to be, they're good enough swimmers, but your niece she's fairly poor. She's a fairly poor swimmer. You see her in the water, whether she got hit by a wave or maybe she got hit by a rock in the undercurrent. She's not doing well out there in the water. But your daughter is a strong swimmer. You estimate she probably has a 50-50 chance of getting back to shore alive. But her fate will be determined before you can get her if you go after your niece. As you stand there between these two children, the daughter of your brother and your own daughter, one strong, one weak, how do you use your strength? The Sphinx watches carefully.
I have to trust and have faith in my daughter as I see my niece out there struggling without a chance. So I go to my niece.
You dive into the water. You are mighty, you are strong, there is no current that can stop you, and you are a defender of the weak. And so you do. And as her head goes under the water, you get there just in time, stick your hand under the water and scoop her up by the back of her bathing suit and throw her over your mighty shoulder. And you make your way back to shore as quick as you can, and you throw her down on the beach. She sputters and coughs, but she is okay. And as you turn around, I want you to roll me in any even-sided dice.
Very fitting. Natural one.
Understood. Time slows. Before you look to find your daughter to try and see if she's okay, but you see the waves all pause to a slow. Her fate's undetermined in this moment. The Sphinx looks at you and says, "Why did you choose your niece and not your own flesh and blood? Both flesh and blood, but your true-born child."
Because I know my true-born child. I know she is strong. And I need to trust that strength. But this one had no chance. I felt it was my duty, at the very least, to give her a fighting chance.
Do you believe your daughter has the same responsibility of strength because you believe her more capable?
It's not responsibility. It is knowledge. I know my daughter. Do I know she's going to make it out? No. And it would be a great tragedy to lose her. But it would be a bigger tragedy to not give this one a chance at all.
Fine and noble thing. It could be said that no one would know the
I would know.
situations of this witch. That is true. And you could not live with yourself if you let your niece drown, and you ensured the safety of your daughter, and you could tell anyone you wish, probably even your own daughter, whatever you willed.
Who could say I could live with myself if I lost either of them?
A fair quandary. So it is the responsibility of the strong to protect the weak, and hope that those with more might can defend themselves.
They're the only ones that can.
With great strength, Brok. But more importantly, it seems you know how best to use it. A difficult challenge, one that you would probably be looked down on for by many. You're willing to accept that scrutiny from the wider world, the man who left his own daughter to drown, to save another.
The only scrutiny I care about is the scrutiny I deliver upon myself.
You have strength both of arm, but of heart as well, and of confidence. And I find your heart to indeed be weighed against a grain of sand and be weighed lighter. And there is great reward for such heralds. And as you look out, you will see the waves crashing into your daughter, and she does look like she's not going to quite make it. But the great paw of the Sphinx hits the dirt, and the water's calm immediately. She kind of tiredly makes her way to shore. She says, "Gods provide for those who provide for themselves. Might is for the mighty. And you, for all your days, Brok, I expect, will have someone watching your back."
I can only hope so.
He will stand and look at you with approval, turn to go judge others. "Trixie, we come to Trixie's trial." "Trixie, you're out in the wilds. Isn't it a great place to be? You're unlike some other people. You got to be somewhere that's pretty cool. Some place that's a little bit more your speed. And you know what? You're on a horse. You're enjoying a nice ride. You're going a little bit fast because the horse is excited and nobody's around, and you're just enjoying your ride on horseback, and you're just having a great time. You're really going at it. You're galloping with all of your might, testing this horse, see how fast it can go. You can tell it wants to go, so you're kind of letting it off the reins. You don't see ahead, but there is a crossroads, and you see picking flowers right in the middle of the crossroads is a young child. You pull up on the reins as hard as you can to try and get this horse out of the way to save this child. In the meantime, down the way, similarly galloping at magnificent speed, is a woman on a horseback as well. She is slightly behind you, but as you hold your horse back to try and stop the collision, your horse's hoof stomps down on the child, killing her. And that horse, in that very moment, collides with you almost at the exact same moment. It is a catastrophe. In this moment, you feel through the body of your horse the feeling of bones crushing from your horse as it's trying to clop and stop itself, and it clops on the child. And that woman's horse hits you at the same time. Big crash. Pull yourself up with the knowledge of what has happened. But the woman comes over to you, sobbing, absolutely sobbing. She looks at you, and she says, "I can't believe it. I killed the child. I killed the child. The gods will damn me for sure. I'm a monster. I can't believe this has happened." And she cries and mourns that she has killed this child. The Sphinx is there, and he completes your thought. But you know, it was your mistake, not hers. What do you do? She's willing to accept responsibility. She believes that she has done the crime. But you know the truth. What do you do?
Well, I would tell her. Why would I keep that a secret?
You might get away with murder. Well, not murder. It was a terrible, terrible accident. But you will escape justice. You will escape consequence. There are many reasons to not.
Why?
You see
why
guardsmen coming closer.
Why would I want to escape something that I've done?
Well, I would say there are many reasons, Trisuin. Do you think your importance is the same as this woman? She is a commoner. She is of little consequence in the wider world. You, Trisuin, are the bearer of one of the harmonies of the Feywild. You are responsible for the saving of the Feywild. You are a knight of the scorched earth. You are of far more importance than this woman, and you ending up in jail probably would not benefit the world greatly, would it?
Wouldn't that mean that my responsibility's higher as well?
Indeed, it is. I would say so as well.
So then I would still do what I said.
Knowing full well that your imprisonment might mean the end of your responsibilities in the Feywild, your neglect of them.
Yes.
Why, may I ask?
Because she doesn't deserve it either.
Hmm. Do you think everyone should get what they deserve?
Should, perhaps, will, no.
Do you think all things so black and white? Are you so sure that the Feywild will continue on, that it won't be destroyed without your aid?
No, actually. I'm not sure of any of that. I'm also not sure that if we perform this ritual that it'll work the way we want it to. I just know that we're doing everything we can and we're involving as many people as we can to give it the most success we possibly can.
Is going to imprisonment doing that?
Well, I mean, what does this guard look like that's coming? Is he like,
You don't know. They're
Alright.
they're a little far off, but they're riding up with great haste. They saw the whole accident happen.
I suppose it would depend on the prison and how well it is at keeping me, or even if they would decide to send me there, because this was an accident.
Ah, so you trust in justice, that you would be released, that the justice of whatever town or village you end up in will prevail and ensure your quick freedom because they would see the greater good in your release over the death of this child?
I don't trust it. I just believe it's a possibility.
And if that were not to come to pass, it would be acceptable to escape.
If escaping meant saving many more people, then yes, I would attempt it.
So you would take the black mark of having slain this child, accidentally though it be, to prevent this woman, whatever brief, and then see yourself safely away, whether by justice or by your own powers.
I would certainly try, but then I would return.
Were you willing to take the risk that you wouldn't be imprisoned somewhere beyond your means of escape? Somewhere with anti-magical properties, perhaps? What if you could not escape?
Then I can't escape, and my friends will have to succeed without me.
It is a hefty risk. Who's to say your intervention doesn't mean the success or failure of the first?
I mean, none of us can know that.
No. No, I suppose not. But you cannot deny your importance. Or do you? Do you deny your importance to what will happen in the coming days?
I am important, but there's always someone willing to step up, step into places, to rise up to the challenge. And I believe that there will always be someone to do that, even if it's not me.
See the olden air have invested in you a great sense of reliance on community. But if you should fail, someone else shall take your place.
Not sure I learned that from the Elden Air, but yes.
Regardless of its source, it is not one to be omitted. power of fellowship, power of goodness. You perhaps the most difficult to balance in the scales. Your heart is in the right place. You mean to fulfill your responsibilities, but willing to risk failing in those responsibilities for the sake of one woman's good conscience, one woman's fate. Does not serve the greater good. Perhaps not as well as it should. He thinks and considers, and the sense you've genuinely stubbed the Sphyx, that your logic and care is sound. But he will look at you and he will say, perhaps your heart is light as a grain of sand, but that is not always everything. For in this matter of the first sundering, it will need to be led by those who care for the good of all above the good of the few, for all are at risk this sundering should fail. You mean to protect the Feywild and protect the Iron Fey both, but history has proven this ritual could be the death of many, and without you, Trixie, perhaps it will fail indeed. We shall see how the others fare. He will turn, he will prowl back into the forest, and all will fade away. And with that, trials are complete. A 50-50 split. I have other people. Oh, man, if only Horlick were here. Let's see. I'm going to say, this is what I'm going to say happens. You all return from your trials, and the great Sphyx sits before you. And he will say, champions, warriors of the Feywild, chosen by fate or Archfey or your own hand, I have seen your worthiness. And as expected with most Fey, find you quite split in what need be done. Some of you serve the immediate good, some of you serve the greater good. What has happened in our trials shall remain between us, and your worthiness in mine eyes shall remain between us as well. You may share it with your friends if you wish, but you hold no obligation by me or the gods I serve. With that said, we are split. It seems to me that there is an odd number, that the last trial might determine the final worthiness of you knights of the scorched earth. It will be to the wizard, the one who will be most important to this ritual, who perhaps will determine this group is worthy to possess the knowledge of the first sundering. Or perhaps you might have to simply be entrusted to a more conventional form. Most difficult to judge, but most pleasing to see minds of caliber mixed with more minds of caliber and different judgments coming into play. Perhaps, let me pose you, your group, some questions, and that may help in determining what is to happen next. These are questions meant for your entire group. I shall see how well you judge together. But your final decision should be unanimous, or at least of what you all decide to tell. So let the questioning begin. Knights of the Scorched Earth, I will ask you to start. Is morality objective or subjective? take time to debate if you need.
So, and to pose it as an or is a fallacy, a logical fallacy. The quandary is based off of a fallacy.
I actually rather agree. I don't think, I think that morality could be considered both. I think that's probably part of the point of the difficulty of the question. I'm not sure if we have the option of answering both.
I believe
Why not?
th- there is objective morality, but in most situations, morality can be seen as subjective. I don't know what you all saw during your trials, but I believe that was the point of them. Sometimes there is no right answer.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I, I too believe in an overarching universal morality, but I don't know, uh, as you said, in certain situations, or in situations in general, it's usually subjective. I don't know that we have that we being, fallible beings, always have the ability to recognize the objective morality that may exist. But I don't think that means it doesn't exist.
I think it's subjective. I feel like we've been to enough places to kind of witness that.
My objective morality can be seen as subjective to me. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Trixie. That maybe through necessity, morality must be subjective in order to qualify as morality, right? I mean,
In a
if it wasn't,
discussion, you
yeah,
can
if
continue.
I was just going to say that if it wasn't, if it was, um, truly objective and apparent to everyone, it probably wouldn't be a matter of debate. We wouldn't need a word for it. It would just be, a brutal truth. So perhaps
Aldegarthus will say, yes, but isn't it fair to say that perhaps people get objective facts wrong? It happens every day.
In a discussion of lesser and greater evils and goods, where does objectivity fall? It's all a matter of perspective. If we must choose between the two, I think I choose subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I think of it is objectively, you can say something is moral or not, but you need to be subjective in order to say what is moral.
yeah,
Each of us only has our own perspectives.
right. Yes, That's exactly the way that I think that I see this as well. I would have to, my one answer would have to be subjective as well. For that exact reason, I don't think that we have the benefit or the luxury of objectivity.
Sphinx will say, so you believe, you all decide that morality is subjective because it requires perspective.
Perhaps if we were omniscient, we would choose the other. But we are not.
Aligarthus will say, then wouldn't that mean that it's possibly objective? That it's objective, we just cannot see the whole entire picture?
I think it's possible. I think what we're saying is that we don't have the ability to make that determination. Morality, as far as we know it, is subjective.
And that's only assuming true omniscience is possible. Some beings can claim it, but that doesn't make it true.
Sphinx says, so long as you do not see the full picture in omniscience, it must be subjective. But if you were to acquire true omniscience, perhaps like Tyr, the god of justice, who knows and understands all justice, perhaps only then it could truly be objective. So objective for some, subjective for those who lack perspective.
We live in a world of mortals.
Very well. I understand your answer. It is an interesting one. So I ask, can an action be morally right, even if it leads to negative consequences?
I think we've all
Yes.
experienced that.
Yes, I think we can all quickly agree that it can.
Good.
Sometimes good deeds go punished.
Very well. Can individuals be held morally responsible for actions influenced by external factors, would you say? If you make a decision, if you go and do something, if you have a plan, and say something interludes in the plan, can you be held responsible for that?
I can't speak for the rest of the group. We'll have to discuss this, but I know that I personally believe, as a matter of fact, if I'm being honest, this was a large part of my answer during my individual trial. I individually believe that yes, when you make the decision to take action, you're also by default claiming ownership and an agency and responsibility for everything that follows, whether or not you intended. I'm not sure that everyone believes that, but
Yeah.
you can discuss.
We're not all knowing, so we can't possibly know what's going to happen. We're still taking that action. We're still responsible for it.
If anything, the Sphinx here was the outside factor. And I have a feeling we all had to deal with the consequences of our choices. Despite not being the ones to put ourselves in it. So yes,
Oh,
I say yes.
so you are all responsible for actions influenced by external factors.
To an extent.
Very well. But two more to complete this trial. What is the connection between justice and morality, would you say?
I mean, I think that depends where the justice is coming from and who's deciding what justice is.
I'll just
And
say you for the sake of the argument.
I think that's the crux, Trixie, is that as you said, it does probably most often depend. And I think that's probably the most common way in which justice goes wrong. I think there's such a thing as justice for misjustice. And that this discussion kind of circles back on itself in that justice, taking justice into one's hands, can be one of those actions uh, in which we assume responsibility for potentially making the wrong and harmful decision.
Whether the justice is just or unjust, or the morality is good or evil. Morality is in the action. Justice is in the consequence.
With nature and all that, I would say morality and justice don't really link at all, because justice is generally made by people. So again, it's usually an after effect, but I wouldn't say they're actually linked.
Aligarthus will say, but didn't you say before that morality requires perspective? It takes people to have perspective.
Yes, I think we decide what is moral, but I think people also decide what is justice and how to carry it out, and it doesn't always equal what is moral and what's not. People can carry out justice and be immoral about it.
So there is no connection to justice and morality in your mind.
Not a direct link in my mind. But that's just me. I come from the forest.
I agree with Trixie, but I would say I wish there was.
Yeah,
Objectively, they don't connect. I think as community, it's our responsibility to connect them, and that is where we fail in our
Yeah.
systems, is where we don't connect them meaningfully or properly, but left in a vacuum, they don't connect. We
Yeah.
just want them to. And I love what
yeah.
Brock said.
Naturally, they don't connect, but we constantly try to connect them, and some do it better than others. Is what I'm trying to say.
Morality,
100%.
you feel internally. You feel that in your soul. Whereas justice is applied externally.
I don't think that I think there's a difference between the application of justice and the intent or the spirit of justice. I think that the application of justice is often flawed because we do have a limited perspective. We're as said earlier, we're not omniscient. We do make the wrong decisions sometimes. We are subjective. But I think the pursuit of justice, the idea of justice, the desire for a pure justice is moral, ethical.
The Sphinx will say, so that is your answer, that justice is the consequences set down to an action by being defined by morality. As Brok said, morality is an internal judgment of good or evil. Justice is the consequence of that judgment. And they need to be connected. That morality should inform justice, is what you mean to say.
It should be, but that's not always the case.
But what should be. Indeed. And that is what you all intend to do. Connect morality with justice. Good. Last question. Does intention matter more than the outcome when evaluating a moral action? Is intention or outcome more important when evaluating a moral outcome?
I think scope matters.
I think my again, we'll have a group answer, but I think probably my individual answer is that intention does matter more, but it's not always sufficient to justify, mitigate, negate potentially disastrous outcomes.
I think
I'll let Garth. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
for this question, we must look at the situation we're in currently. If we have just intentions, but screw this up, does that make it worth it?
I would say that in this case, in these specific circumstances, it does because we don't have the option. We're not acting solely out of self-interest or based on a whimsical or unnecessary intention, where people face danger either way. So knowing that is the case, that there's the potential for injury, loss of life, etc. I think knowing that those are the two options, intention is the most that we have in this situation.
Yeah, I'd say in all scenarios, intention matters. Whether it's the most important would be dependent on the benefits, in our scenario, the benefits of succeeding versus the not benefits of not succeeding, which would be, the Iron Fae taking over the Feywild and stuff and doing bad stuff.
If I could guarantee our success at the cost of compromising my intention, then I would. But I can't. I don't think any of us can. The only thing we can control is our intention.
Oligarth
And I
can
think-
say, but we can. Is it not fair to say that we can judge the potential outcomes? We can look at the possible outcomes of both situations and make a decision, not just rest on the laurels of good intentions.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. The potential benefit and how likely is it to happen and such versus the risk and how likely is that to happen. If the risk is far more likely to happen after everything we plan and discuss and such, then it's probably not the best plan, assuming our backup plan has a good success rate.
This is the option that offers us the opportunity to minimize loss of life. All other options maximize it. This is the only option that gives us the opportunity to not destroy a race, as heinous as they may be. This is the only option that lets us out.
The Sphinx says, as an interesting interlude before the conclusion of this question, you care more about the blood on your own hands rather than the consequences?
No, I don't think any of us do. I think I think
Well,
it,
let us
it
think
goes.
for a moment, perhaps, if I might interrupt. You have indeed this plan for the first sundering, and it's a magnificent plan if it works, but if it fails, it could mean catastrophic deaths on both sides. But if you succeed in defeating the Iron Fae in open battle, it is only the Iron Fae who fall. Many good Fae as well, but the consequences of failure might be far more devastating than the consequences of success.
I feel like you would think differently if you'd seen what we'd seen.
I think that this is our admittedly flawed and forgive the racial comparison, but humanistic attempt to be as close to objective and moral as we are able in our subjectivity. We're looking for an answer that applies most beneficially to every being involved, rather than our subjective side, as it were. And this is the option that we think best offers that.
So that brings us back around to the original question. Are your intentions more important than the outcome? If you fail, if this new sundering you mean to bring about, if it fails and has similar catastrophic consequences that reaps thousands and thousands of deaths on both sides, is that acceptable because you had good intentions?
I think a greater number of people, of minds, than what are represented in this room, have agreed. We come simply as representatives, certainly at the forefront, but simply as representatives. And I believe that a greater number of minds has agreed that given our two options of attempt and inattempt, activity and inactivity, we being the collective group, not just the people you see here, we believe, yes, that we prefer the idea of making the attempt rather than in the inactivity of allowing what happens otherwise to happen.
The Sphinx says, I am not asking for the answer of the collective. For you all have amongst you the power to bend the entire Feywild to what you think is right. Thus my trials. I do not care so much what the other Archfey of the Feywild believe. I care what all of you believe, for it is your power they bend to. So, is that your answer? You all believe intention is more important than outcome?
Do we have to answer as one whole this time?
Yes, you must.
I would like to make one more argument
As would I.
in favor of outcome.
Yeah, I think outcome is more important.
When the stakes are this high, we can't afford to fail. And if we are unable to do this, if we fail, should we live, which is unlikely, we will have to live with the fact that we destroyed everything.
Intention is important, but the end outcome is, I think, always more important because that's the reality.
I'll throw one in for Horlick, just because I feel like he's a war guy and he's a tactical mind. He says, there is something to be said that if we fail and the thing blows up the Fey army, then who's to say the Iron Fey don't just run over what's left of the Fey and take over the Feywild anyway? Or if the Sundering just destroys the Feywild altogether? I mean, if we fail, it could be a real big fuck up. I think Brok's got a point.
I mean, from the first Sundering, we know that the most risk goes to the people performing the rituals, which will all be people volunteering for it.
Aligarthus will say, but it destroyed the lives of thousands and thousands and thousands of people who had nothing to do with the ritual. Outside, who are innocent.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of people on both sides are going to die anyway. This is the only option that minimizes that.
Aligarthus will say, with deep respect, I have to disagree. If we go to war and fight them in open conflict, the consequences would easily, if we win, of course, would easily be far less damaging than the price of failure if we tried to bring about another Sundering, especially one that we're specifically altering from its original purpose to get rid of something as opposed to pull it in.
You remember the last battle against Dirtos?
Yes.
That was
Well,
essentially on our home ground, yes? Essentially. Now we're going to take our forces and overtake their ground. We're going to go where they're absolutely strongest.
And also the magic doesn't work very well there.
And our magic doesn't work as well.
This is true.
This is the only option.
With
I hate it. But this is
I'm
the
gonna
best option.
I'm gonna say on behalf of Horlick, as maybe the DM is slightly coming in to put something out there, because Horlick, who is an experienced like warlord and is embodied as the avatar of the Stormlord, would be the most moral authority on warcraft in the known world, he would say, I'll have to disagree. I mean, indeed, the odds are stacked against us and they have advantages against us, but we fucking decimated their armies in the Feywild. It's entirely possible that we could succeed in it. I mean, this random magic shit sounds like it could explode the whole Feywild if it goes wrong.
And let's, for example, say that it doesn't, and we lose. If we don't do the Sundering and we lose, the Feywild's gone. It's a massive tragedy. But if we fail in the Sundering, this could spread outside of the Feywild. This could affect the material plane. With that said, I am fully aware of what I'm signing up for. And I want to do this right. We have to do this right. If we can't do this right, we shouldn't do it at all.
Sphyx will say, good debates. Important to note the consequences of success and failure on all of sides of your options. And I am glad, very much so, that you are all giving it in-depth thought. Because what you are about to do will have consequences, far-reaching. And if I may, for this last question, it sounds like we have decided that outcome is more important than intention. The result of an action is more important than how we felt about how it might go. Is this what we are saying?
Yes.
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 Well, that is all of my questions. And I think I understand the morality and judgments of this group most intensely. All that is left is to see if your Master Arcanist, your Archmage, has the skill required to contend the task before you. I deem you all worthy, moral, just, well thought, and as a group, seem to hold a collective morality that would support that you should indeed come into potential possession of this ritual, the First Sundering, great and dangerous though it be, so long as the Grand Mage is satisfied with your wizard's skill and power. If she returns satisfied with your Mithroyel's abilities in the arcane, then I will deem you all worthy. But go, indeed, with a warning. Consequences of failure on either option are dire indeed. You must simply judge where you have the most success. It seems you do not need that advice terribly. Perhaps today we have learned what is dangerous, what is risky, and what is worth it regardless. It is my hope that the doors will open and Mithroyel will walk through with the Grand Mage. Next session, that will happen no matter what, actually. In fact, regardless of Mithroyel's presence. And we will see if Mithroyel is deemed worthy next session. Thank you very much for the game. I admit a little bit of, shall we say, procrastinating, because Mithroyel inserted herself as a very pinnacle portion to this, and now she didn't show up. So it is my hope that she will be here at the start of next session. I'm going to message him and let him know that that's important. And if he's not, then we will simply proceed with the judgment of the Sphinx upon all of you. But very interesting debate, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting debate. And it was interesting to hear, because this game has been a very loose consequence kind of game, and it's interesting to see where your characters all sit with consequence this late in the game.
Trixie now wants to work on our plan B. After all of that.
Yeah, all of you guys are sitting there like, oh fuck.
What have we done?
Maybe we should see who will march with the Feywild.
I was too. I was like, maybe we shouldn't do this.
I know, but before we came here, Trixie did say we could do that while we were here, right?
Do we really think Nithrel is humble enough to pull this off?
No. Nithroyel isn't the one. That's the whole thing. We're getting this for Zybilna. Zybilna is the one who's going to be doing the major mumbo.
No, I think a whole bunch of people would be.
It's going to be a bunch of people.
You will see why, but Nithroyel will be pinnacle to the success of this ritual, and you guys will see why next session.
Oh boy!
Big gulp.
Big gulp. Big giant gulp.
Well, it's on all of you, but being the most arcane inclined of the group, that will definitely be important to what happens next. It'll be on all of you, but it would be good to have a skilled arcanist to help you with this portion.
That would be great.
But yeah,
Although,
very interesting.
If we do this and we do fail, that would make for possibly a fun sequel campaign.
It's true. Where the Feywild is gone.
It's just in shambles.
And the mortal plane is in shambles and is dealing with heavy Shadowfell influence because there's no balance between light and dark. It's just dark. We're doing Darkhelm or whatever it's called.
Once upon a time, there was a band of morons.
Yeah. They got a little too big, and
they certainly lived up to their name and scorched the earth.
That would be some ironic, poetic irony. If you guys did fail. Whoops! Whoops. Sorry. Oh man, guys.
Oh boy.
Have a nice evening, everyone.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a nice evening,
Bye.
everybody. Take care. Good night.